Oh, behold! You know what? I should probably record. Whatever. It's a stream. Welcome to Chapter 2, the Unboxening. We just premiered Scam Nation's latest polish up of the Modern Rogue episode. I just hit go, and a bunch of you guys are going to show up, and then we're going to unbox a whole bunch of prosumer grade equipment to build out the studio. The quest continues. The only question I don't know offhand is whether or not... you know what? Here, I'm going to kill this chat. And then I'll see if it plays. There we go. So if I do this and I go here, and then if I check on live, there it is. And then it's going to make sound on itself. And then I'm going to say, no, thank you. Not today, Satan. Not today, Gary. And then we're going to look at chat. And then I'm going to click the little button that says pop out chat. Except for I have to make everything smaller because it's a billion% large. Hey, Mark, how are you? I'm glad you made it. You are the first. There was, Jason and I were talking about this food, and I forget where he was quoting it from, but somebody said, biting into this is like having God look you in the eye and say, you are my favorite creation. Which that image totally stuck with me. So at any rate, of all the fans, Mark, you are my favorite for being the first. Hey, Dylan, how are you? Let me pop out this stuff, and then we could get to... Yeah. Hey. And... Come on, baby. What's up, Riley? Everybody is a cool person. There we go, Captain Chaos. Excellent. Rico, it's been too long, my friend. Okay, so a couple things I got to figure out. Not the least of which are how crowded a USB bus can get before you have to add another USB controller to the IDE. Wait, not IDE, PCIe chain. Let me even see if I have another. The problem being Stream Deck likes to be on its own channel, and all of the webcams like to be on their own channel. They don't like a hub. Oh, hold on. Sorry. Excuse me. I'm remiss. Wait 1 second. This is important. God, I almost had everything out of order. Wait for it. Aha! Aha! Okay, there we go. Late breaking news at this hour. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to report that boxes have arrived and only one man can open them. That'll be what we're doing. If we pull off our quest correctly, we will have a bunch of equipment. Back to USB buses. So if you use a hub, it's too much data throughput. That's how you get dropped frames on your camera, and that's how you get missed cues on your Stream Deck. Speaking of which, I thought that's what I was going to be setting up next was all of the presets on this. We may still get to that, but then FedEx showed up with a bunch of packages. If you missed the previous chapter, we successfully loaded in stage flats, and we got the Founders Club plaque, the most important of all of the items in here. And so I guess... Oh, let me real quick check and see if there are USB slots open. if you're keeping track at home, we've got 2 USB slots remaining, maybe 3. Yeah, I guess there is a third. I got 2 USB-C and 1 USB-A left, and then things will get complicated, but we can do some stuff. Some stuff can be on a hub, like maybe the mouse and keyboard probably don't need 2 individual USB slots on there. But for right now, I haven't seen any low frame rates or dropped frames, which is encouraging. So I'm not going to worry about that for now. All right, let's do this Stream Deck pedal. I did not know. Did you guys know that there's an entire subgenre of YouTube video of people geeking out over Stream Decks? Look, praise be to the algorithm. It is the one true way, the closest thing that exists to a meritocracy on the internet. It's practically psychic at this point because it's constantly A/B testing us by everything from our age, demographic, to how long we watch various videos. I made the mistake of tipping my hand that I'm working on a studio, and guess what is all I get served up? Number one, all of the studios look exactly the same because I'm allergic to following trends. The moment I saw the standard set, I was like, okay, let's avoid being that because I assume it will age very poorly. I like timeless things. That's part of the reason that we designed the Monorogue all around the 1950s Cold War aesthetic. That's why I like Century Gothic fonts. I figured out at some point, some of you guys have heard this, I figured out that you don't have to be of the moment as long as you're of some when. And as long as you're consistent to a time and place, or a mashup of 2 other times and places, then all of your content will age pretty well. Some stuff, you're going to be stuck in the times like hairstyles. But even then, back when I was rocking the spikes, rocking the Spocks would be an amazing Ben Folds song. Rocking the spikes, like I was really bummed when any kind of spiking of hair became trendy and fashionable because I hated the idea of anybody thinking I was trying to follow a trend. Instead, I was intentionally trying to look like Guile from Street Fighter 2. Actually, I'll track it down, but there was a character, a different character from a video game that I actually walked in to the hairdresser's place with a printout of. What is this? Okay. This pedal thing, it has middle pedal stoppers. I don't know why that is. It has spring set. I don't know why, but you can't just have springs. You gotta have the Spring Set 2000. Oh, I see. These are different gauges of pressure. The Spring Set 1400, inferior to the Spring Set 2000. Okay. And of course the original, the Spring Set 1000. Okay, so I get it now. Because this is going to give tactile feedback, everyone's going to have their own favorite way for it to feel. I'm going to assume that... Oh, hold on. Hello, this is Brian. Oh, sure, why not?
To accept, press 1.
All right, caller, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, turn your mic up.
Oh, thank you. There we go. See? That is a proper rogue, my friend. Oh, didn't even stick around. No showboating. No claiming credit. No blah, blah, blah. I'm so-and-so for wherever. No, one thing. Everything in service of the show. Thing wrong, fix thing. Bless you. That was amazing. At any rate, whatever this is by default, I assume those springs are there because people have different things that they prefer. And there was a great moment that it was after a Penn and Teller show. I believe Colleen from Twit was there, and Penn Jillette said that he spent the 1980s constantly trying to customize everything to his tastes. And the problem is that he figured out that he was descending deeper and deeper into the weeds, constantly, you know, everything was shipping wrong. And every time he got a new computer, he had to redo. And he said that eventually he figured out, okay, I could change everything about the computer, or, crazy idea, I could change myself. And so since then, I was really struck by that. And ever since then, whenever something's wrong, and I'm like, oh, I hate that about that. And I said, now I engage in a lot of metacognition, and I think to myself, yeah, you hate it until you love it, until it becomes your favorite thing. For example, in September, when I realized that to increase production pipelines, I needed good equipment, and I knew that the new iPhone would be state of the art. It would be good enough that I could start doing something today. This is what opened up me learning how to do shorts. And a lot of you guys know that I spent all of October doing a minute short per day. But the only phone that they had that had the largest capacity was a color that I hated. And I was like, yeah, you're gonna hate it until you don't hate it. It was this champagne color, right? But then weirdly, because what happens is whatever it is I associate with that color is what they are marketing it for, whether it's glamour, whether it's pizzazz or sophistication or whatever, that's all fine. But to me, I now associate this color scheme with getting shit done, going from 0 to 1, not just talking about what you're gonna do, but doing it right then and there. And eventually, when it came time to buy a case, I didn't want to lean into this ridiculous profile hair style color. So instead, I got a mismatched one, because all things being equal, I'd like to have a black phone. And now this ridiculous, hideous offense is my favorite thing because it represents something different. So that was a lesson that I got from Penn Jillette that told me that all things being equal, what if you adapt to the thing rather than insisting that the thing adapt to you? So that was a very long preamble for me to basically say, I'm sure whatever the clickiness on these pedals is just fine. Also, I bought this quite simply because I was in the middle of having the thought, oh, this Stream Deck Plus, that's a very good solution because I won't be tied to a computer when I do a bunch of things. Oh, but everyone will have to see my hands doing a bunch of touching and tweaking of things. And then I thought, wouldn't it be great if there was some kind of off-camera thing? And so, of course, I got this. Eventually, I could see myself having a whole bunch, kind of like, you ever see one of those live performers who does the looping? They got 75 different pedals, and you can tell that they have a song in their head, and they begin with just one little loop, one little riff, and then they build on it, and they build on it, and maybe they don't like one of the things that started, so they don't announce, whoa, guys, let me start again. Instead, they just do something else that's a loop, and then they fade out the other one, and the song drifts and becomes something else. So, at any rate, that's what you're watching live. Everything is a loop. As a matter of fact, some of you guys saw that I'm doing the Devil's Coin Paradox videos. Somebody noticed that episode 1 was a perfect loop. And I said, dude, buckle up, because all of the follow-ups are also perfect loops. And what some of you guys have figured out is at only 4 chapters in, that each one links to the next one in a perfect loop. And eventually, by the way, we haven't even gotten to the really good parts of that story. This is all the throat clearing stage on there. But eventually it'll be however many chapters, and all those chapters will be in a perfect loop. So suffice to say, loops have been on my mind lately. right! We did it! Ladies and gentlemen, we got him! I don't know why I keep looking at the wrong camera. I'm not used to the bots. For those of you guys just joining us, we have 4 new characters. Until I hear otherwise, it's John, Paul, George, and Ringo. Bots 1, 2, 3, and 4, these cams. But we'll figure it out. All right, so I assume since we got a blue light on this... Oh, you know what? Here, let's feature the blue light. Nope. A lot of people don't like looking dumb in public. I'm not one of those people. Behold! The blue light. Boy, that is a rat's nest. That is some Raggedy Ann and Andy looking spaghetti. It looks like AI tried to render a studio and somebody set the fingerprint to the seed to as jank as possible. In fact, it makes me kind of want to just set up even more, like as a prop, just make it look like the entire thing is a giant spaghetti of cables. So I just now realized one of the next chapters that we have coming up will be the taming of the cables. I bet that surely there's a method to that madness somewhere in there. Okay. Oh, I guess I am gonna have to do a little bit of desktop capture in so you can see the thing as I do the thing. Let's bling bling. Okay, so you'll have to take my word for it that I'm figuring out how to do some vMix stuff. I'm doing add input, desktop capture, desktop chapter 1, local capture. I don't know which one is display 1 and which one is display 2. Behold the clip art! And a text file. Yes, vMix 4K.txt, the most important file in the land. Okay, so now, hey, look at that. Nope. It's not on there yet. So I guess, I wonder if I have to kill this and bring it back. Let's see if that does anything for us. You know what? I just realized when I did that, I don't think that it actually closed it. So I'm gonna close this, and it's probably still running in miniaturized mode, minimized mode. Here, I'm gonna do quit, and then I'm going to say start again, and we'll see whether or not the pedaling, I don't know what you're pedaling, but I don't like it. Oh, let's see if, where's that foot pedal? I plugged it in and everything. You're like Han Solo. It's not my fault. Why do you think, hold on. My daughter's calling. Penelope, you're live on the air.
Dad?
Yeah?
Did you do the Dragon Con thing?
I'm currently at work, but I am going to apply to go to Dragon Con, and that will happen today. Thank you for your reminder.
You said you would do it this morning.
Well, yes, but it turns out my daughter was going back to college, and it was a whole thing. I had to help move a computer, and then jellyfish were on the stairs. Did the bus arrive?
Yeah, we're in my dorm right now.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, here, I love you. We'll chat later.
Yeah.
All right. So where were we? Oh, this is the one thing I don't want to do is read the instructions. But These are very complicated instructions. It says plug it in, dipshit. Yep. I got that far. And it says use Stream Deck. Well, wait, no, I did everything. I did It's not my fault. I wonder if it should show up as something. Oh, jellyfish, yeah. Okay, you're right. I don't get to just bypass that one. We have one of those little faux jellyfish tanks. It's got a speaker, wireless speaker in there, and a glow light, and the fish go up and down. And it was gonna make it up to our 12-year-old's room, but around this time is when Penny was heading out to college, and so she was coming down with all her bags, and she's not a fan of me telling the story. Whatever, let's just keep it among us rogues here. I hear a scream and a ah, and she's in the middle of, she's there with her bags. She's hunched over like this. Here, I don't know. Let's see if one of these goes. She's hunched over like this, and beneath her is an entire pool of water. So for all the world, to my eyes, it looked like her water just broke. And it turns out that she had knocked over the jellyfish tank is what's going on. Okay, so I will consult the instructions only for the purposes of figuring out if it says Stream Deck pedal, which it does. Connect Stream Deck pedal directly to a USB port. Do not use a USB hub. Yeah, we talked about that part. And the rest is all instructions on how to replace a spring. Let's see. What do you guys think? You know what? Don't tell anyone this is how I roll, but yo, I'm trying to set up my Stream Deck pedal, and I just plugged it in like it said, but now it's not showing up in the Stream Deck software. What up with that?
You might need to ensure the Stream Deck software is up to date.
No, I already did that. Don't hit me with updates or any of that stuff.
Got it. Try checking if the pedal is connected properly.
It is. I got a blue light and everything.
Since the device has got power, try restarting the Stream Deck software or your computer to refresh the connection.
Well, I did that. I'm not gonna... I'd like to not restart the computer if I can.
Understood. Try unplugging the pedal and plugging it back in.
Oh my God, of course. All right. There. The co-host. Oh, there we go. It says setting up a device. Hey, we did it. We got him. Oh, that's wild. This is interesting. It's got a little miniature. Oh, I can't. It's got two different. Okay. So I don't know what we want this to do. Oh, you know what? Here, I'll just do next camera for now. So this guy will go down. Let's do... so this would be a vMix thing. So what I'll have to do is I'll have to add a shortcut. Oh, wait, no, I already made one of these shortcuts. Oh, I wonder if I can copy and paste from one device onto another. Like, for example, this one is a slow wipe. So I'm going to copy it. I'll see if I can copy it from here over to here. And then we'll see. Oh, I Sorry, I just realized that I don't have the right thing on there. I have to set up a different shot. Okay. There we'll go. Let's... Sure. Okay. I'm pretty sure there's no sensitive information in there, but you never can tell. Ah, interesting. Okay, so what I have to do, this will be a little tedious, doobity-doo. So I need to set up a shortcut. So I'm going to go to settings. I'm going to go to shortcuts. And again, I'm pretty sure there's no sensitive information on there. Although, if you want to mess up my stuff, you now have hexacodes for all the different Stream Deck buttons. So here's what we do. We're going to do add one, and we're going to find a button. It'll be the right pedal. Nope, it's not doing a thing. So, what does that mean? Oh, I know what that means. It means what I have to do is I have to take this and enable these shortcuts. Yeah, replace that. And so then, here we go. And let's see. So we're going to go to add. I'm going to find a thing. Hey, look at that. Ooh, up and down. We could do two different things. Down, up, down, up. So I'm going to do the up because that'll be on button release. Oh, man. You know what this reminds me of? Hold on. Hold on. Uh-oh. I don't like that. I don't like that. That's the kind of sounds it makes when USB things are proving untrustworthy. The last USB you connected to the computer malfunctioned, and now Windows does not recognize it. Okay. Oh, I see. Cancel. This is worth it for a side jack. What this reminds me of is when I first started a tour, one of the things I realized was that in order for everything to go off in as polished a manner as possible, this little touring stage show needed to leave as little to chance as possible. So what I used to have to do, there's a bunch of sound cues that needed to happen at various times. Trick ends, and there's a big kind of ta-da moment. And I was like, okay, sound person needs to learn all of this stuff, but the sound person doesn't know the show. So at one point I had basically a folio, a 3-ring binder with a bunch of individual, like this trick, duration, this long. In fact, I'll find it. I have copies of it around. But then we'd have to go through 30 to 45 minutes of rehearsal. I'd have to describe the various sound levels to them. And I'm like, okay, this is a music bed. You'll notice that I want it a little bit quieter. The sounds were always all over the map. And for a show that needed to have chrome-like polish, I could do all of this with the sound guy, but it just took too much time. And even then, under the pressure with 900 people in the room, you couldn't necessarily know for sure that everything was going to work. So I tried to make it better. I said, okay, forget about the multiple CDs and this track from this and all that stuff. No more. So instead, this is early days of CD burners. So at 2x speed, I would create a custom disc, and I had one disc that was all of the sound cues for the 25-minute show, another one for the 45-minute show, another one for the hour and 15 show, and then I equalized. Again, this is 2001 time, so I'm using Cool Edit Pro, this bootleg copy that I had, in order to set amplitude levels. And I just realized that. Okay, all right. We're still live and everything's okay on the screen, right? Let's do a quick check. Press F to pay your respects so that we know what the delay is between when I'm talking and when stuff is showing up. It seems like the lag has gotten a little bit longer. Okay, good. Not bad. Excellent. So so now we had all of the volume levels. There would be one phrase where I would set the volume levels at, but timing is key. You can't have a cue come up too soon or too late. You have to have it at the exact right moment. And so there were systems that that involved foot pedals that you could press play on various CD players or whatever, but it didn't have the precision that I wanted. And I realized that Magic, instead of holding a remote, like if you're a stand-up comedian or if you're a hypnotist, you could just press buttons on a remote, like this kind of thing. Couldn't do that when your hands are busy doing the magic. So I was like, kind of like you're watching right now, I started with the end result, worked backwards, and realized what I want is music that starts, stops, fades out, all controllable by me in the middle of the show while my hands are busy. So think in terms of like, okay, what can parts of my body do that my hands, when my hands are occupied? Answer, my feet are fairly flexible in terms of like, you know, who's watching a magician's feet? If anybody watching Brent Braun on Penn and Teller Fool Us, apparently. But so I knew that I had to be kind of foot-based, and so originally I was thinking of like a foot-toe switch on the inside of my foot, and what I ended up figuring out is on Winamp, 2003 version of Winamp, somebody had made a plugin that took the serial port, the COM port, the 9-pin serial, and simply by bridging, there was one main line, and then there would be a bunch of other ones, and you could come up with a 4-button switch. So I made a prototype. I'll show it to you guys. I made a prototype of like 4 buttons, and they were software programmable. You could have one track forward or whatever, and there was one that was a combination, or there was a function of like a 5-second fade out and a end track. So what I could do is on button D press, it would start one action, and then on button release, it would do another. Oh, you know what? I just did the thing where I was gesturing too much, and now it's taking the shot on me. So that's fine. This is going to land, by the way. So I had a physical box at this point, but the problem is in the middle of doing the show, had to walk over and stomp on switches. So to go to the next level, I was like, okay, there must exist some way to cause these buttons to do it that doesn't involve my feet. So what I ended up doing was I bought from O'Reilly's Auto Parts a do-it-yourself, a DIY kit for remote keyless entry to get into your car. And it basically had this little motherboard gizmo that you're supposed to splice into the lock-unlock switch of your car door. And I'm like, okay, so I've got this. How do I get this to activate with how do I get this to activate buttons? And so talking to an engineer, again, can't stress this enough, Google was not a thing yet. So I talked to an engineer, and I just kind of waved my hands. I was like, is there a way that a slight current can bridge a thing that can cause another thing to do a big current? Because I knew, because I was able to research that on a COM port. I figured out what basically I needed to bridge 2 points. And he says, yes, Brian, it is called a relay. And I'm like, where can I purchase a relay? And so I went and learned how to solder, went to Radio Shack. And the relay was good because it was a hard bridge and it clicked. Whenever that signal showed up, you knew it worked. You could hear it from the other side of the stage. And so then so at this point, I remember I felt like I was Prometheus. I had stolen fire. I took this little key fob and I clicked it, and over there I heard click, and I'm like, it works. So up to 300 feet away with reliability, all I had was the ability to press a thing and hear a click over there. But that click was a button press, and so that meant I got to program both a button down and a button up. And so then next up, I had to disassemble the little remote thing and splice a couple of leads, not knowing where to find the right kind of cable and not having a budget. I actually took a PS2, I took an old keyboard, ripped off the PS2 on there, and I was like, yeah, these are nice thin threads. Oh, and the male end and the female end, they could plug in together. Oh, I can have two components. I could have this thing with the buttons on it, and it can click into another project box with the electronics in it. And so at this, and then I took the splices, the leads off of the the key fob, nothing but hot glue over the entire thing. And again, I'm like, oh, I need a switch to cause these to go together. And so I took an old keyboard, the same one with the PS2, and I just broke it over my knee and took the mechanical switch. Or maybe I'm coding the story too much. I may have gone and purchased replacement keys. Whatever it is, it was supposed to be a key on a keyboard. And I spliced it on there. Again, whole thing hot glued, wrapped together in gaff tape. So I got this little brick that had a button on the back of it. And then I took a money clip thing and put it on there. And then I was able to slide it down on the back of my shoe. And now what I had was on each of my shoes, and I'm telling you, someone out there has had me out for one of the college shows and watched this in action. I had these little gizmos with a button on the back because this area wouldn't be affected during the show. And so at any time I could click the back of my left heel was play, pause, and then press once for play, press it again to pause. And I would do bits where there would be music going, and then I needed the music to drop at a moment, so I'd hit it and pause it and then resume. And then with my right heel, it would do the twofer where it would button down, would initiate the fade out, and then button up would make sure to advance to the next track. And that's how I had a super polished show for over 1,000 college stage shows. And I no longer had to deal with the unpredictability of training up another human every single show. And so as insane as all of this is going to seem to the outside eyes, by the time we're done, all of this studio is going to be as precise and as kinesthetic as that silly little control system was. And it was the reliability of that control system that allowed me to, for pennies on the dollar, instead of hiring a crew with stage techs who knew all of the timing and the beats and all that, you just hired me, and I showed up with my whiz bang bunch of widgets and was able to do a super polished show. We'll talk about some of the other stuff later on, but at any rate, let's see if this is actually broken. Actually, first, let me go ahead and set up a shot on this. So we have this capture. So let's do add color. Is that what it is? Add blank. Oh, look at, we got a whole bunch of you here, do we? Okay, so this guy, let me double click on. And let's do color. Layers. So first of all, let's put yours truly somewhere in there. Grab bot 4. That's the Brian cam. And let's make Brian small because we don't want too much Brian, but we want to know he's there. And then let's add. Yeah, I guess desktop capture. Oh, so noisy, so noisy. Now I can pull this down. There we go. Good job, team. Oh wait, did I just undo it? I think I undid it. Wait. Where's the bot 4? Oh, I see what I did. Maybe this one has to be desktop capture, and this one has to be bot 4. Nope. Like, no, yeah, that works. There we go. And now I just make me small. And then I make desktop chapter. God, I could talk. I word good. There we go. That'll do. And that'll do. And now I, in theory, have it all set up to do that. Cool. All right. We're good? We're good. So, let's talk about this pedal. Where are we at, my guy? You have a blue light on you or no? So let's set up a shortcut. Gotta go to settings. By the way, whoever called me knows the secret backdoor tricky way to call me. Call me if I'm accidentally showing sensitive information. Because sometimes I tune out. Shortcuts. Let's add one. Let's find one. Okay, so this guy is not happy. So I am going to unplug it and plug it back in. Thank you, universal advice for everything ever. There we go. Wait, USB device not recognized? What do you like? Not helpful. All right. Here's a little trick I like to try. It's called plugging it in upside down. Oh my God, please tell me that actually worked. That would be hilarious. No, it says malfunction and now I don't recognize it. Yeah. Okay. Let me try killing this, then bringing it back. Okay. It seems to acknowledge that it's here. Let's do this. Let's try another one. Add. Find. No. Could be that the port's no good, but that'd be doubtful. This is a pretty good computer. I can try just a different port. You know what I could do? Oh, that's right. I was going to order some more USB-C cables. Let me go steal a USB-C from somewhere else, and then let's just eliminate the possibility that it's that port. That's good thinking, Michael Pena. All right, so now we're USB-C to USB-C, which is some prime real estate, but we'll figure that out later. Hey, we got functioning buttons. We can do a thing. Okay, so now we're at the part where, so we've stolen fire, and now we got to figure out, Siri, knock it off. Quit invading my life. So we got a thing. I just finished a book today by David Eagleman. David Eagleman wrote one of my favorite books of all time called Incognito. And he had this fantastic metaphor of the way brains work. I'm going somewhere with this. He suggested, he was explaining the insane concept of a hemispherectomy, which was discovered in the 1970s. A lot of people who had epilepsy would get a surgery where they would cut the corpus callosum in half. That's the fibrous material, all the neurons that link the left brain from the right brain. This is where you get those split brain experiments where the right eye can see some stuff and the left eye can see other stuff, and they go to the different sides of the brain. But Broca's area, the collection of neurons that controls speech, tends to be just on one side or the other. So there's a handedness to our brains only in the context of which side our speech centers tend to be located on. And so they would pull interesting tricks like having a barrier so that the eye could only see one thing or another. And then they would do stuff like, show a ball, show a tree or whatever. And then they would show the non-verbal side of the brain, like hardcore pornography. And people would burst out laughing. And because humans seek to collapse confusion into a narrative, they'd say, "Why are you laughing?" And the part of the brain that saw the pornography can't talk. And so the part of the brain that could talk didn't see the pornography. And so instead, that part of the brain says, okay, we just laughed. Why might we be laughing? And then it collapses the superposition by saying, oh, it's just this science experiment. All you eggheads, you guys are crazy. And so this part of the story in Incognito, I was familiar with. What I had never heard of before is that in some very rare cases, there are children that have epilepsy so bad that the recommended procedure is called a hemispherectomy. And this is where they literally remove half of a child's brain. And it's terrifying for the parents. In an X-ray, you'll see you'll see a brain, and then you'll just see black space, which is all filled with cerebral spinal fluid. Apparently, you can grow up just fine if you get this procedure at a young enough age, because as David Eagleman puts it, neurons that fire together wire together. And so whatever the intended output is, it's through trial and error. It's through pattern recognition. It's through basically just getting out there and colliding with a bunch of things. Your brain solves for all of this. Neurons that don't fire eventually wither away and die. So his new book, Live Wired, the end thesis, after he tells a bunch of fascinating stories about the brain, and this is information only 24 hours old in my head, so forgive me as I process this. He talks about the need to just do things as a way to find out how to do them. For example, right now, that's literally what this is. There's clearly an untapped, extraordinary potential here. But the only way for us to find out the way to do it is to not do the Hollywood process. The Hollywood process is write a story, hire the guys, make the things, advertise enough, force everybody to enjoy it. That is an inorganic way to do it. We're doing this very organically because this is how we sense patterns and make them work. Likewise, he postulates in the book, imagine what it would be. There are things that we cannot conceive of because we don't have the skill. It's like trying to imagine a color that you've never seen before. The example that really struck me is we all have hands, right? And we can conceive, sorry, I'm taking control of this. We'll disable that, don't worry about it. But we can conceive of what it's like to have a hand all the way twisted this way. And we can conceive of what it's like to have a hand twisted all the way that way. This middle area, we have no frame of reference for what it must be like for a thumb to be over here. However, people who have lost a limb, they now have robotic hands that at first, they wire them to the nerve endings, and they're able to do simple things like open and close and so on. But eventually they become fairly dexterous simply by visualizing and activating the actuators, the servo motors. But think about the design on this. There's no reason that you can't just have the hand continue around. And so what happens is they get a sense of self. At first, this is an alien device put on the amputee's hand or wrist. And then over time, they begin to perceive it as an extension of themselves. And then they're able to keep on rotating. And so as a result, they know what it feels like to access this area over here. And we don't. And it takes them time to get over that. Similar to there are enhanced, there are bracelets with, there's like 128 different points of vibration by using interference patterns between the two. And there's a microphone on there. So let's say you have tinnitus. Tinnitus is persistent ringing of the ears, which is not a real sound. That's actually a brain misfire. So one of the therapies that they have is you put on one of these wristbands, and if you just go about the day and pay attention to the sounds you hear and pay attention to the things you feel. And then what happens is something that's outside of your audio impaired hearing happens, like let's say a dog barks or whatever, and you feel this pattern that your brain has now mapped onto, that's a dog barking. And even though you're not hearing it with the ears, that equipment is damaged, your brain is perceiving it. You're actually hearing it. That's the way cochlear implants work. When you first turn on a cochlear implant, it's all static and garbage until it's not, until you're just hearing. So anyway, brains be rad like that. When it comes to new abilities and things, he points out in Livewired, David Eagleman points out that think about a child. A human doesn't just babble nonstop incoherently, unless they're Brian Brushwood right now, but here we sit. A child babbles nonstop, and it notices, oh, when I babble this way, the humans do something that pleases me. That makes me happy. And it's through that trial and error, that experimentation, that eventually the neurons that fire together, wire together, and it learns speech. So likewise, in the book, he proposes, imagine what it must be like to be born with a third arm. Now, in this case, it's not in the story, he talks about them removing it because they want this child to grow up with a more normal life. But point being, there are things that we can experience that we can't yet even imagine. And the only way to internalize them and make them things that can become part of us is through trial and error, essentially babbling. Likewise, for example, we got a bunch of motion detectors and all that stuff. All of that goes to my smartwatch. And without breaking eye contact, I can feel, based on the pattern of buzzes, I can know who's arriving on campus and when, because they have different driving patterns, which means it activates different motion detections in different orders and with different consistencies. And all of that happens at a totally subliminal part of the brain. That was a long way to say, I don't know why or what I need this pedal for, but now we have it, and now we begin the process of deciding, okay, what does this want to be? What is a thing that would be good? And so one thing is just now, you guys saw that I realized, okay, what's the thing I want? The thing I want is to show both the captured screen and myself. So let me go ahead and make this quad shot kind of home for this. So here's what I'll do. Actually, first, let's go to this so I can share it with you guys. So let's see. We'll start with the right one. Feels like intuitively I would do that for a safe feeling. So let's go and we'll make a shortcut. And then we'll add one. We're gonna find it. I'm gonna tap it, and that'll be up. That'll be the thing we do. The function it's going to be is we'll do a wipe, make it just 10 milliseconds. So it's pretty much a hard cut. And we're not gonna go to preview. We will go to color number 6, question mark? Yeah. And I guess that's it. So now, let's say my hands are busy doing something. So here, let's go ahead and do an individual camera. There we go. Okay, so let's say this is happening. Let's say my hands are full. And let's say I'm teaching you a magic trick. Hey, look, we're already doing it. We're already mapping onto the new reality. We're becoming engaged with our new corpus. So I could picture one of the things I'm going to do. So I'm going to teach you guys magic tricks. And all of a sudden I'm going to be like, oh, wait, you can't see it from where you are, but my hands are busy. And then I'm going to boop. And now we got the quad shot and we're back to this. And let's see. For now, let's just make these 3 different cameras. Because who knows? Maybe I'm holding 2 different coffee mugs at some point, and I need to do a series of shots. So maybe I'll do the left foot. Well, look, you know what? I already know. Because just now I wanted to, I have to go back to that Brian superimposed shot. So this one is the next color one. So this will be the center one. Yeah, the center one. Yeah, because that'll be content that I have to share. Although even now I'm noticing that my sight line is fairly unnatural up here. We'll figure that out. For now, let's go ahead and map the center one on this. So that means we have to go to shortcuts. Go to settings, go to shortcuts. We're going to add one. We're going to find it. I'm going to hit that. That'll be this. And then what we want to do is we want to wipe. We're going to make it short so it's like a hard cut. And we're going to wipe to color 7. Is that what it was? I think so. No. I think it was color 13. That's the one I just added. That's right, because it came afterwards. And then, so we got the quad shot. Oh no. Oh, I think I mapped the wrong one. I did. I hit the wrong button. But you know what? That's a mistake I'm only going to make once, because now my neurons are firing and I'm associating the embarrassment of failure with that. So, again, let's go back. We'll go to settings. We'll go to shortcuts. We'll do... Oh, I should have given it a name, shouldn't I? So here, let's add... So again, here we'll start with this. That one will be a wipe to the quad, which I think we said was 6 color. And I'm gonna hit OK. And so we'll test it, and it worked. And the next one, oh, you know what? That's what the middle one should be. It should be in place of the space bar to switch between the two. I'm the dumbest person on the planet, except for I'm brilliant. I'm so smart, I'm so dumb, I'm brilliant. Okay, so the middle one should obviously be the switch between preview and program. So again, we go to settings, we go to shortcuts, we go to add, and we're going to find this middle one. And that middle one will again be a hard cut as we wipe from preview to, yeah, there we go. So whatever is in the previews, there we go. So this is the middle button. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, look at that, I can be doing something interesting, and it can switch in between the two. You're welcome. All right. And then finally, the one on the left seems like it would be slightly uncomfortable, so I'm going to associate it with something uncomfortable. I'm going to associate it with a close-up on yours truly. So let's go to settings. Let's go to shortcuts. Let's add one. Let's find it. Oop. Uh-oh. What are you doing? Oh, got it. Excellent. And we'll do a wipe to, it'll be a fast wipe, almost a hard cut. Input a bot for. Okay. And then this is the moment. Yeah, let's go to. Yeah. And then this goes to this. And then we could go back to safety. This is that moment. There was a game TV show called The Weakest Link. And they would play answering question, and then finally, you know, your numbers get higher, but you could lose it all. So people would just shout, bank! So we're going to bank! And I'm going to save as... Oops. Oh, or I could just save over it. That's not ideal, but whatever. It's already done. Okay, so I'm going to stop looking up because that's starting to make my neck not have a good day. And for this moment, I'm going to finally turn and pay attention to the chat. All right, guys. Let me, any questions so far? That was a lot. I didn't mean to give you a whole lecture on the brain. That's kind of where we're at, isn't it? Here, I'll scroll back and see if I missed anything. Yeah, we should. Chris is asking about the ham radio stuff. We'll figure out. I try to think in terms of kind of like a network stack. There are different levels. You start at the hardware level, the infrastructure level, and eventually you get to what the engineers over at Google call Chrome. Here's a little tidbit. Here's some old man knowledge for you. The reason it's called Google Chrome is because Chrome was regarded as a bad thing within the culture. And this is Brian half remembers shit he read online. But they're like, there's shit that actually mattered, and then there was shit that looked good but didn't matter. And the bad stuff was called Chrome. Internally, that grew to such a core identity that eventually they're like, screw it, let's just call the browser Chrome. And so by trying to have as little Chrome as possible, the thing became called Chrome. By the way, curious relationship with names Google has. They can't stick with anything, and I love watching in real time them continue to not be able to stick with anything. How many names has AI had at this point? It seems like after Brad and all the other ones, they're finally settling down to just calling everything Gemini. All right, so we got the close-up, and this is Well, the quad, I don't know if it's not receiving the pedal or what. I'll worry about that later. It's time for another unboxing. Riley, quick update on the Ballyhoo. So the same thing we're experiencing right here is also happening behind the scenes. Number one, you'll notice that the only people I've even told about Ballyhoo yet, I made one post on the YouTube channel. Everything else has been just on the email list because folks on the email list are most likely to be patient as we figure things out to get it as good as possible. Everything about the puzzle box is done, but the journey inside, if I just wanted to make good on my promise, I would take all of the files that I have and just dump them in one bucket. Maybe I would have good nomenclature on it. However, the real end goal with Ballyhoo, because this is a long-term play, I want for the next 5-10 years, for the rest of my life, I want people to buy Ballyhoo and go on the online content adventure, which unfortunately, if you ain't never heard of a Brian Brushwood, if you don't know what a Scam Nation is, if you don't already know X, Y, or Z about magic, that would be a brutal and unkind thing to just throw you to the wolves of all this content with no sense of how to watch it in which order. So there's an astonishing amount of filtering that has to be done. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll out the content for Ballyhoo in monthly installments because the premium folks, they're the ones who get the VIP of the behind the scenes stuff with the BB archives, which is why we're doing the huge undertaking of the archiving process and the cleaning up and all that stuff. Because those are coming out monthly, I'm also going to get the tutorials rolling out. Because also keep in mind that 125 tutorials was kind of an arbitrary number. We just wanted it to be an extraordinary amount. But you have to figure out the right order so that somebody who is just beginning their journey of magic can have easy wins early on so that they can crawl before they toddle, before finally they can, run like a jaguar. But thank you for asking about that. WD Callahan's asking about what I'm drinking. This is fantastic. This is my new jam. Sierra Nevada Hop Splash is a hop water. I love watching emerging categories happen. One that we're all watching in real time is AI. But as a micro category, hop waters, I've been watching for a couple of years. And it's a fascinating space because they're like LaCroix, except for with hops. Whereas LaCroix, your nose says, I'm about to experience lime. And then you drink it, you're like, oh, this is water. And then you're done, and the esters hit, and you're like, that feels like I just had lime. This is exactly that, but with hops. And it seems like the whole world is wanting to get healthier and healthier after buckling down and having poor health habits during the apocalypse. And so I suspect that hop waters are going to be an explosive category. And what's interesting is to see some of the hop water brands leaning into the being healthy imagery, and others want to keep it quiet down there. And I think Sierra Nevada has done an extraordinary job of threading that needle, because if you don't know what this is, it looks vaguely beer-ish, but it doesn't look like you're a walking press release that's about to ask you about CrossFit. Okay, here, I'm going to go pee, and when I come back, we'll unbox more stuff. Oh my god, those robotic gimbals are the sauce. They're so good. All right, so let's open up another one. I'll figure out pedal stuff later on. Who's got a guess? Who's got a guess? I actually don't know what's in this. I can only suppose based on the weight. You know what's funny is SB Farmer is kind of shockingly close. Oh man, unsafe DB level. I'm so glad that they fooled you, because they really do. They look, I think they look really, really good. Let's see. Does anybody know where the name Neewer came from? That sounded like I was teeing up a story. I am not. I do not know the story. I also don't know how to say it. Neewer? Yeah, it is the world's brightest flashlight, Riley. That's a good way to put it. Okay, so this one, I just bought 2 of them because I am relying on the heuristic, the proxy of good enough. Oh, wow. Oh, this guy's sexy. I didn't want to unironically do the unboxing thing, but hold on. Hold on to your hats. Yeah. Okay, add to the to-do list. Set up a shot that keeps my face in the picture here, but it doesn't matter. Okay. Wow. I'm showing this as if I'm one of those people being paid. See, that would be the smart way, is to get sponsored to do all this. But the bitter irony is that the type of people who get sponsored to do it are people who have already done it. But my whole thing is learning to do things for the first time. So guess who wants to pay for that shit? Not corporations. Wow. This looks real nice. Oh, let me hand this out. Oh, I'm so happy. I told Bonnie that I was going to just take like 20 minutes to fix a couple of shots, and then she called 2.5 hours later, and she goes, "Is everything all right?" I was lost in the delightful flow state of nudging and tweaking a billion little things. Okay, so lots to learn about how this stuff works. But let's just do the thing that we all want to do, which is, of course, just plug it in and see some bright lights. So here's a new one I ain't seen before. Seen my share of quick start guides, but I ain't never seen an operation prompt card before, which appears to be just a bunch of QR codes to link people to probably a video saying, whatever you do, don't just plug it in and turn it on. Wow, this really is a gorgeous design. It does say remove the cover before use. Where are you hiding, plug cord thing? This isn't battery powered, is it? Oh, I see. I see what's going on. I'm holding this, expecting to see one of these, but instead there's going to be a transformer to go to direct current. Yeah. Oh, man, that is one thing that has been so awesome about becoming old, is just watching build qualities get better and better. When I was younger, all the old heads would be all like, things used to be nice and solid, and now they're all garbage and bad. Well, guess what? The robots have caught up, and everything is gorgeous again. Oh. Behold! Yes! Oh, I'm sorry. Is my shining countenance too bright for you? Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that looks great. Fantastic. Okay, now I can look at the... I don't even think this is as bright as... Let's see. Oh, look at that. So this is 150 watts equivalent, I believe. This is 6500K, and I guess this is a brightness knob I'm knobbing right now. So that's the lowest setting, 1. So this is one of the things that I've wanted very much to find out, is whether or not these OBS bot cameras, the bots, whether they look better with more light to work with. Right now there's a lot of artifacting due to the low light conditions. You guys have a favorite color temperature? We'll just do 3700 for now. There's a fan mode. Oh, neat. Oh, look at that. Okay, 2.4 gigahertz, so I guess it attaches to some kind of hub that controls everything. I didn't know if this was app controlled or not. Now I will look at the instructions. Beep, bop, boo. Safety stuff. Bunch of safety stuff. Don't show this at vampires, or they'll melt. Yeah, Iron Jungle, I can understand why warmth would be on your mind. Here, let me try turning this on. So let's look at that background. Yeah, this is kind of what I was hoping for. I want something, again, timeless. So I want it to look like a cool, I don't know, warm pub. I don't know if that's a violation of the terms of service to have a crotch cam there. We'll just do this. All right. Okay, so it's got a gizmo doodad that I assume goes on here. Oh, okay. Look at this. He can be taught. Great. I love good design like this that, for example, things that can only go in the right way. Yeah. So there's two shallow divots, one there, one there. We got one deep divot, so I'm going to assume the deep divot goes with the one that is different than the other two. Unless I have this on backwards, which I think I do. Yeah, there we go. That makes much more sense. Okay. So now we got this thing, and I can tighten these up. So this guy goes on there. Yeah, and all this feels very, very stable. Right on. There we go. Oh, Jake X Archangel. Sounds like it's doing audio only. But that's kind of fun. All right. And I assume this guy goes in here. Oh, and it clicks right in. And the cable falls right out. Let's see how much better this looks. Oh, that's tasty. Man, that looks great. How cool. It's about as far from it as I want to get. I'll make sure to note that. There's not a lot of bite on that DC plug. Oh, I didn't have it nearly far enough in. Turns out there's a lot of bite on that plug. Yeah. So now, okay. The moment I hit frustration, yo, I got an MS150C by Neewer. How do I hook it up with my phone?
The Neewer MS150C can be controlled using the Neewer app.
Cool. How do I make it show up on the list of lights?
To make the MS150C appear in the app's list of lights, ensure the light is turned on. Enable Bluetooth on your phone. Open the Neewer app and search for available devices. Select the NS150C from the list to pair. Truth confidence 10. If the MS150C isn't showing up, try resetting the light and reopening the app. Also check that the app permissions are enabled for Bluetooth. That should help.
Yeah, I already have other newer lights on the app. I'm just trying to see this particular one.
Got it. Make sure the MS150C is in pairing mode. If it's not showing up, try restarting the light or rescanning for devices.
Oh, how do I make sure it's in pairing mode? There's one thing, there's a, it says BTRST, and it's got arrows pointing at two buttons. I assume I just press both of those?
Yes, pressing those buttons should reset the Bluetooth connection. Hold them down together for a few seconds until you see a confirmation. Then try scanning for the light again in the app. If that doesn't work,
Oh, okay, hold on. I just did mode and it turned blue. What does that mean?
that likely means it's in pairing mode. Now open the app and search for the device. It should appear on the list.
Ah, there it is.
Great.
Hey, could you are you able to affect a voice similar to the character Laszlo from What We Do in the Shadows?
I can't imitate that voice, but I'm here to help with anything else you need.
Okay, well, you describe how that voice sounds.
Laszlo's voice is typically deep and somewhat dramatic, with a distinctive aristocratic tone and a slight Transylvanian accent.
Can you talk? Can you demonstrate what that sounds like?
I can't mimic specific voices.
No, I mean in the abstract.
Sure. If I were to describe it abstractly, I'd say it has a deep, rich tone with a theatrical flair, a hint of old world charm, and a playful, aristocratic vibe.
Okay, I'd like you to talk like that.
All right, I shall adopt a more dramatic and theatrical tone for you. How may I assist you next, my dear friend?
All right, thank you.
You're most welcome. What's next?
Uh,
The agenda.
I need you to be kind of almost like half shouting at all times, and maybe when you pronounce words, end it in a weird lilting, almost a question mark.
Splendid. I'll channel that energy for you now. What shall we embark upon next?
Ah, good. All right.
Excellent.
Yes, exactly. We'll get there. Eventually, it's going to sound exactly like Matt Berry. Okay, so my device. Everybody gather round. I've got a vice. It's a secret thing. My device. It's like a bat wing. My device. Everybody gather round. I'm trying to find where this device is. Frustration creeps in. Everybody needs to know. Yes, okay. Adding device, great. I would like you to, it says 0 device added, 1 device failed. Why would you fail? Yeah. Here we go. Group 1, edit group. No. Why can't you add this device? Behold. Sure, why not? And lo shall it be that it was forever a party. Gather round and hear the tale of the big-ass light that came from a whale. Out of its tail, the whale failed. Well, apparently it's a lie that this Bluetooth thing, whatever, we'll figure that out. That'll plug into the Neewer ecosystem. The blinding light. The bloody claw of ninja law. Ah, look at that. And I bet, yep, sure enough. Oh, this is fun. The mount. Aha. The mount almost has a handle-like quality. Yeah, look at that. Wow, this is a beast. This is a beast. Jacob, it looks like this guy's got a number of different ways to connect, including 2.4 gigahertz that I assume goes to a DMX board or some kind of smart hub, something or other. It did get detected on Bluetooth, although it didn't want to pair. But again, we'll figure that out later. Now, I just really want to get this guy mounted on something. So let me get a light stand. You know what? I'll actually take that one that's a little bit cattywampus that I took a bot off of. at that. Oh, wait. This is another thing we have to do. How's that for a halo? Don't mind me, it's just daylight behind me. So we have to also set core positions. Like this guy is facing the way wrong position. Ah, yes, me and sunlight. Boy, I really wish this thing would properly pair up. Although we could just add more light. This is actually the first time I've had anything close to a proper amount of light on this. Would anybody confuse this for something other than a webcam yet? I suspect that if we do enough delicate arrangement of the yeah, there we go. I suspect if we do enough tweaking, this will look almost like a DSLR with enough light. Thumbs up, we like that? Seems like. Okay. Cool. All right, we'll worry about the next one here in a bit, but I think we get to unbox another thing. So, we're not going to open this one. It's exactly like the other. Yeah, I guess. Here. Yeah, it's not bad. Doesn't seem like it's bad. There's a little bit of noise in my forehead. It sounded a bit more introspective than I meant for it to. There we go. You know what? Let's set this to head and shoulders. Yeah, that works. Starting to look like a real set here. Dangerously close to pro. Let me see if I got another light stand, because I can actually set up the other thing properly. You know what? I will go ahead and set up that other one. Let me zoom all of these guys out. Okay, so I'm going to say, hey, you, stop doing that automatic stuff. Messing everything up. Then say, there you go. can't wait to show off all these presets that I got so far. But for right now, we're only unboxing. Okay, so I'll set up the second of these two cameras, and then we'll have our big unboxing of, I believe, the biggest thing first. Save those batteries. Yeah, that's a good call on SafeDB. ICU is making the joke in the chat. Robot cameras taking our jobs. Somebody forwarded to me. It was actually Rex over at the Whiskey Tribe. He forwarded a Instagram of Dan Harmon doing exactly what I'm doing, and he, like I would, played Mr. Roboto and showed that he had 4 of these, or I don't know, however many of these OBS cams, the OBS bots, and and then the moment he finishes the video, he goes, "Well, that's 3 Hollywood people I just put out of a job." So now we're gonna see if I did a good job of paying attention and can remember how to do what. I do remember this guy comes off. But I had forgotten that you have to click that. I do remember that I was praising the design work for stupid people like me. I remember that I put this in backwards. And I remember that I figured out there are 2 shallow notches and 1 deep notch, and the deep notch is the one where this goes. These guys had to be unscrewed. Unscrewed. Don't mind if I do. Nicely done. Squingus, what is a banking tubes? Oh, Dub Smash, you are at the end of the 2nd chapter. We've been invaded by robots. So this is the complete picture. Congratulations. This is it. This is the shittiest the podcast studio will ever look again. Enjoy it while you can. Much like an episode of pretty much everything on HGTV, we're starting off with everything looking like a disaster, and then you're going to get to watch everything become extremely, extremely nice. And I hope you join us every step of the way. We're going to have challenges, setbacks, We're gonna have crazy ideas, awesome epiphanies. We'll laugh, we'll cry, we'll eat rice cakes. We'll do things at the beginning of a stream that we can't remember at the end. We'll make confessions. We'll express foibles. But most of all, we'll learn. And we will actually, first, much like you are, because you're the protagonist in the story, it will begin with a call to adventure, which you will refuse. But then there will be, what do they call it? An instigating event? There's a name for it. That will cause you to cross the threshold and begin a series of adventures where eventually you'll be aided by a wise wizard and you'll have a meeting with the goddess. At which point you will return back home a transformed person, now the master of two worlds. Yeah. Goes there in the yellow morning light. Sun rises. Hark! Tula! Oh, and the light only reveals more of the dust from the stage flats. This just in. Wow. That's right. Boxes continue to arrive. All of them requiring an unboxing. We go now live to another box. Actually, first we finish setting up this light. Oh, look at that. Now I'm in the spotlight. Oh, and I have an excuse to use another knob. Let's see. Ah. Okay, so look at it. This is great. This is exactly what I read about this. I'm blowed out because the differences are too great, which is why we get to set up some diffuse light, which brings us to. Any guesses? Inciting event. That's what it is. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Matt Awad. It's a bike. Christmas finally arrived. That's not the right side. Oh, there is. It doesn't open from this side. Oh. Violation of terms of service. Ah! You won't believe why he got kicked off of YouTube. It was for a softbox. I am now in completely uncharted waters. This is all stuff that has been voodoo, and I guess still is at this point. But hopefully we'll demystify it. Yep. Skip to the working overtime part. Working overtime. Oh my God. But these are big softbox. All right. Wish me luck. Whoops. Like a wire thing that goes on here? Okay. I see. I get it. Yo, I got a Neewer 150 whatever light, and I got the giant umbrella doodad that diffuses, but I need to, in order to attach it, there's like a special kind of like insertion interface thing, and I can't take off the existing umbrella thingy on it. How do you do that?
To attach your new Neewer light to the umbrella, you need to remove the existing modifier. Usually, there's a small locking knob or release button on the mount. Loosen or press that, and the current modifier should slide off. Then you can insert the umbrella's shaft into the appropriate slot and secure it with the locking mechanism.
Right. I feel like it's just making fun of me. Doesn't twist. All right. Okay, so I can kind of see. Originally, I just lined this up, pushed down, and clicked, and it made a satisfying clicking noise. And there's only two things that seem to want to disentangle this. There's this guy here. And there's this guy here. Now this guy was part of mounting this thing on to begin with. But this guy really only showed up in the first act. That's odd. ICU is telling me that I can cheat. I used to do that with Sierra Online games. I had to do chores because long distance was, you know, $1 a minute. So I'd make $3 or $4 so that I could call. Used to be, it wasn't even a 1-900 number. You would actually call the folks at Sierra, and they were like, all right, where are you stuck? And you describe what part of the puzzle that you're stuck on. And then they would just tell you. And then it became a pay thing. Okay, so this guy is confirmed to not help at all because I could see the little peg, and that's part of a different story there. So therefore, here's what I can do is I could just take this whole daggone thing off, and then I'll learn. That'll learn me, right? Oh, but what to my amazement? See, I'm so amazed, even my amazement is amazed. This guy, this doodad, didn't matter for naught. Which means it must be this? Oh, you have to do both. Well, today I learned. Ah, there's also a little recessed thing so that the A and the B slot, I don't know if you can see that, there's a spot right there. See that? Humphrey Hicklebottom, I'll tell you what I'm putting together. The next 10 years of my life. Sorry, that wasn't dramatic enough. The next 10 years of my life, we're building the new studio. Okay, so now you got this giant doodad. Oh. Ha ha! Behold! An umbrella from Pulp Fiction. Is that what I think it is? Yep. No. Wow, that's great. That's going to be a thing. Okay, so it looks like there wants to be a ring inside of this somehow. So I called it. I am so smart. S-M-A-R-T. Yep. Behold. Wow, that's a lot of light. That CCD can handle a lot. Look, there's a lens flare on there. Look, those lens flares, they give you a little peek into whatever the light source is. So you see that grid? You can see that's kind of a shadow of the, well, here, let me switch it to this. In that left-hand corner, you can kind of see the little green zebra pattern. There we go, pops right there. You can see that's a miniature version of the exact LED array in there, and it shows up because it's doing a little pinhole camera that doesn't require focusing. All right. Yes. The sunbrella! Alright. So this guy needs some weights on it now. If Oh, and now we do something with these. Okay, I see what's going on. So it's got two diffusers. It's got a, what? Oh! Finally! I can be one of these guys! And all without going on OnlyFans. Ba-dum-bum. Dad joke. Can I confess something? One thing I'm really excited about is just giving up on not being a dad. Like, I get to go hard on dad mode. Okay, okay. So this guy, oh yeah, look, we got a camera on it. Why are there all the multicams? For this! Are you kidding me? So you can see everything. Good point, unsafe. Good point. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Margarine. My rhymes and records that don't get played because my records and my rhymes that don't get made. If you rap like me, don't get paid if you roll like me. Oh, nope. Never mind. Okay. Yeah. Kind of nice and solid. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I gotta redo it. Gotta redo it. What a setback. What an unforgivable self-own. I'd make some... you suppose there's a right way, or well, there's not like an inside or an outside on this, I'll bet. It's not like a t-shirt where you're walking around with a tag on the wrong side. Susie in period 4 mocks you and you cry, and you spend the rest of your days at West Memorial Junior High crying because you're known as tag wearing boy. This has all happened to us, right? Oh my God! I'm finally one of those people! One of those people! One of those giant softbox having people! Hmm. Hmm. Well, we got a lot of stuff happening in this shot. Not the least of which is very yellow color temperatures. Today I'm learning about color temperatures. Sure would be neat if one of these robot lights connected with the robot that lives in my pocket. I see you. That's what I've always respected about you. All right, let's try to add. So now we get to find out whether or not there's something wrong with that particular light or whether there's something systematic. I am assuming that it probably is fine out of the box. And it's probably something systematic, but I'm adding a device, and there are both of these lights. There you go. Look at that. Oh, God, I love this autofocus. Sweet. And it says adding device. We'll see what it says next. 0 device added, 2 device failed. Okay. Yo, so I'm trying to add these Neewer 150 lights, and now I got 2 of them, and they, neither one, like they're both detected by the Neewer app, but then when I try to add it, it says 2 devices failed. I don't think both of them came busted out of the box. What up?
It sounds like there might be a pairing issue. First, ensure both lights are in pairing mode, usually indicated by flashing lights. Then, confirm your phone's Bluetooth is on and the app has the
Yeah, I don't think they're in
permission.
pairing mode. Can you find out for certain how to make sure that these lights are in pairing mode? They're the MS150C from Neewer.
To pair your Neewer MS150C lights, make sure they're powered on. Then open the Neewer app on your phone and follow the in-app instructions. If you encounter issues, ensure the lights are in pairing mode and the app has...
All right, this is... search online and give me a proper answer. Doing the same thing. Oh, you'll never guess what it told me to do. It told me to watch a fucking YouTube video. Here's a long introduction about that's mainly self-serving. But we must not get to the point. You see, we here at Neewer find it more important that you be impressed with ourselves than giving you the information. What the? Oh, actually, that's an introduction video. I take it back. Neewer, you're 100% right. That was an appropriate way to add pizzazz to that video. Well done! Okay. Find me a video showing how to do the Bluetooth pairing on this. Yo, Jaden, what up? What up, Nate Dog? Here's a step-by-step guide that Brian's gonna play at 2x speed. Oh, wait. Oh, look at this. Oh, that is fast, huh? Okay. That's all after you connect. Wait, this is just how to use the app. This is not what I want. Oh, wait. So update the app. Good advice, why not? Let me try to be more helpful. Specifically, what I need to know is how to put the MS150C by Neewer into pairing mode. Press and hold the Bluetooth button until the indicator light starts flashing. Oh! Nope. Still says 2 devices failed. But it is acting. Oh, you know what? Might be dumb. Yep. suggested doing the Bluetooth off and on. I'll do that. Just rins. Are you guys able to hear this? Press F. Yeah. Guys, I'm starting to think that maybe we should read the booklet. Let's see. Cool, thank you. Yep, powered on, got it. I made it this far in the game. Setting the brightness, adjusting the color temperature. Yep, all that stuff is fun. How to use, saturation, mode, scene frequency. Short press. Okay, here we go. Scene frequency. Short press mode temperature knob to switch to FX mode. Yeah. Short press the set lock. Is it a lock? That is a lock. To change special effects, rotate the set lock to choose one of the light scenes. Yep. Short press the set lock button to select the frequency and rotate the set lock knob to whatever you want. If that makes sense. Yep, bunch of modes. Good on you. Yep. Gel mode, you can change the colors. Who knew? Oh, there we go. 2.4 gigahertz mode in infinity mode. Oh, wait, who asked about infinity mode? Yeah, I tried really hard, Sergeant. I tried to hold off as long as I could. But here I am breaking down. Okay, so short press the Bluetooth 2.6G button or 2.4G button until it shows the. Oh, it was not in infinity mode. Got it. Put it in infinity mode. Okay, I'm going to read this verbatim. Hopefully it makes more sense to you guys than it does to me. Short press the Celtic Knot / 2.4G button until the display shows the Celtic Knot symbol to indicate that the light is in infinity mode. First of all, I don't know how to short press the button. That's fine. Until, that sounds like a long press. Connect the app to control the light. For detailed instructions, please scan the QR on the app leaflet. Remember when we introduced this character? Where's English? Okay, we'll get to this. But then it says, when the Celtic symbol has stopped flashing on the display, the light has been successfully connected. Please reset infinity mode before connecting with the app. Long press the combination key to reset infinity. All you got to do is reset infinity, guys. Okay. So it's still flashing the Celtic knot, which I believe means it's in infinity mode. Okay. At this point, the novelty of trying to figure it out is evaporated, so we are going to introduce a new character. The new character is adding another input. So let us go back to this guy like we did before. And we will, I guess we have to pull this up here. Okay, we're going to add another scene. We're going to add, oh, this is the part that'll be frustrating. I don't know if I have the patience for this. It's one of these intensities. Is it the more intense of the two? I think it is. Let us see. No. Okay. Perhaps the other. Oh, wait. No, yeah, these won't work because... you know what? Then I'll just do this. There, we'll kill that. And then I'll do this. And a good old-fashioned... how to connect MS150C to iOS. I guess I should put a newer, because when MS150C is... There we go. I don't want to see it introduced. I want to... It says 2021.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another video. On my last video, I was talking about the strobe light that I purchased.
Yep. You're going to show me.
Amazon and purchase yours right now. So, at all, you know, if you have your receiver channel 1, 2, 3, and 4 as well.
That is not at all the product that I was searching for. Oh, look, it says here. To connect, all you have to do is connect it. Come on, guys. I don't see what's so hard about it. Step 1 to connect. Connect. End. Step 2, you're done. Nate Dogg, please tell me you're not being all browserist. They're all Chromium, my guy. They're all same. They're all same in the dark. Okay. Well, that is a little agonizing and frustrating. I guess I need to learn all the manual controls for it anyway. I don't like that though. That's not nearly as fun. All right, I say we hold off on that and we unbox something. Hey-o! This will be the final unboxing. What does that look like? Oh, wait. I just changed the thing on this. They're connected to each other. What the fuck? All right. Cool. Well, I guess we got that much figured out. Yeah, if there's anything else I can do for you. It's hilarious. All right, so more to learn on that front. Calling it good enough for right now. For the final unboxing. I can't believe it. Now, this guy's about to get more complicated. I don't know how I feel about this one. See? Yeah, Murph Strange gets it. I don't see what the big deal is.
Wait.
Hold on. I didn't know this is another Elgato thing. Damn it. Boo. Yeah, maybe. I don't think I have it in me to set this one up today, guys. But here's what it is. Okay, and a bunch of things. So one of the things that I wanted to do is make it so that I could have a I don't have to be looking away at other things. Like, for example, we were just talking about how I'm doing this to see the monitor over here. All things being equal, I'd prefer to be able to look at a monitor and also be staring right into the camera. So I bought a low-end teleprompter, not for the purposes of doing teleprompting stuff, although my guess is there'll be some of the stuff I record that I will use it that way, although the software is allegedly kind of garbage. Mainly, it'll be just so I can have some kind of program, so whoever it is I'm Zooming or FaceTiming or whatever, I can look at them and also maintain eye contact, because apparently people like that. Oh. 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 All right. We got all kinds of dads and do's and doodads. This is very cheap plastic. And this, hopefully, is, yeah. So let me grab another light stand. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, that's exactly what I wanted. I take it back. I take back everything bad I ever said about anyone or anything at any time. All I wanted was a freaking a monitor. Although I am curious where any of the plugs are. Oh, there it goes. The little USB-C thing. All I want is to be able... How does that look? I guess we'll have to... Yeah, we're back to some of that, huh. Okay. Interesting. Oh. Derp. There we go. Take these guys off. Awesome, awesome. Get rid of this. Now we're cooking. Now we got some proper prompting action. Proper prompting action. Although, well, okay, yeah, I could just set 2 light stands next to each other. Right? Yeah. And we don't even need to. Cool. Oh, night attack us through something. Oh, it came with the USB-C. Never mind. No! That's fine. It's all part of the plan. Oh no! Boo! So the problem is light stands don't like to sit exactly next to each other side by side. And that sucks. Although, you know what I'll bet? Hold on, watch this. Yep, called it. Look, sometimes you gotta look out for some of the subtle signs that they'll do. It's not always obvious what goes where, but see if you catch it. Sometimes you could figure out. Oh, I can't get it to focus. Audio listeners, it says mount camera here. Oh. There we go. The irony is not lost on me that I just did a bit about the subtle signs and then proceeded to disregard it and mount it incorrectly. Ha! Look at this. Now we get a superior mount to replace this. Okay, well, I don't love this as a... let's go to 3. It's definitely inside a box. Definitely reflecting a whole bunch of shit that doesn't need to be reflected. So, this guy probably needs to be paired with one of the DSLRs. Could do it on this one. Yeah. We'll see about that. Yeah, it won't have a glare when I'm done putting on all the anti-glare what's nots. The Universal Shroud backplate. Behold, the Universal Shroud. Which I assume clips in over here. Alright, I get it. I get it. It's a thing that goes over the thing so that it prevents all the side bleed from screwing up the thing. But the important thing is I want to see if I can display things. So, we have one last USB-C. Oh, fuck a dog's face. I'll lose the pedals for a second. Oh, if I just want proof of concept, plug it into the wrong computer. Because really all I want is just to see something displayed on that screen. So I could just install the Stream Deck. Yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We may have a bit of trouble. We'll see. Because it may just want to be a teleprompter. But we'll see. For right now, I'm going to go to elgato.com/download. And I'm going to search for prompter. Wow, do I hate that Microsoft Shopping coupon alert. Surely there's a place to search. Let's see, legacy products, that's not right. Those are lights, those are stream decks, capture cards, cameras, prompter. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Camera hub. Yep, alright, I guess it's this. No, I don't think I'll be signing up for your email updates, although I'm certain they're excellent. I'm sure they're not as good as the fine ones I get from scamstuff.com. That's right, scamstuff.com. It's gear for the modern rogue. See, I signed up at gimme.scamstuff.com, and not only did Brian Brushwood provide something of value for my time, the chance to win some free goodies, he makes sure that you never quite know if he's going to try to sell you something by email or write a thoughtful essay. Camera hub setup wizard. I accept the terms of the bargain. Probably should have this plugged in for this. Hell yeah, I want this app to make changes. More importantly, the computer needs to want the changes. Initializing video engine connector device. Oh, I did. I didn't know camera hub also connects to my phone. But I am concerned that it doesn't. Oh, we get signal. Are you guys seeing this? The fuck? Look at this. Hold on. Get over this. Zoom in. Yeah. What? Behold! Ah! Ready to roll the camera? Whether it's a video script or talking points, Camera Hub and Prompter give you full control over your delivery. That's probably literally, I'm probably literally doing the thing that somebody in marketing had to change their pants over. Okay. Here in text mode, Prompter automatically mirrors anything you enter onto its screen. Okay. With its familiar... Here, you know what? Actually, we'll go straight to camera on this one. All right, listen up, people. This is a big deal. Big show. Good. Why not? It's hard to figure out what... There's so many reflections. It's hard to know which one. Boy, this is like bizarro funhouse mirror of like all the key components of a proper stream/show are there, but none of them quite right. Let me adjust the focus. I am the tweaker of the knob nipples. I will decide whether or not to tweak things. Okay. All right, let's just get this in one and break for lunch. Yeah, almost. So you can see zoomed in, you can see some of the artifacting on this. This is one of the things I'm hoping fixes when we get more bright. Oh, the police! Perfect. Let's do a trial by fire. I'm so sorry, officer. You see, I was just thinking about the fact. Oh, how do I? Okay. With its familiar interface, the camera hub makes it easy to organize my text. Once my text is entered, I added formatting to make it easier to read. I changed the font and size. I adjusted background and text colors. I even fine-tuned margins for ideal positioning. I could have even adjusted opacity to blend text into other background content. I just kept experimenting until I found the perfect mix of style and readability. When I was done formatting, I tested out the prompter's controls. I adjusted the scroll speed to match my speaking pace. I skipped ahead and I even jumped back. I paused in between chapters and I scrolled seamlessly. Do I have a Stream Deck? You bet I do. I can even control prompter with a key press, a dial turn, or a tap of my foot. Okay now, how about some fun, officer? Before I presented, why didn't I sharpen my skills with some tongue twisters? These challenging phrases help me to read and speak like a pro. She sells seashores by the seashore. Shit! Fuck! Fuck! Okay, all right, officer, can we please? Ooh la 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 la. They're gorgeous. All right. I guess next up we'll learn how to set up good light. Yeah. About this. It's very intimidating. I'm certain it will look amazing eventually. Take me home to the quad shot. Quad shot incoming. I just realized that I have slowly assembled a. Hold on, let me. You know what? Gotta go to 3 this way. Oh, wait. Doggone it. I forgot that I set this up real clever. Yeah, I'm great. Sorry, guys. Last night, Brian was too clever by half, and it really, really screwed things up. So what we got to do is figure out how to... Why do you suppose we're seeing the ceiling in this? Oh, that's that fucking shroud thing. I'm so dumb. So dumb. God, I love being dumb. It's the best, guys. Of course. Bring me the shroud. Hello? He did grab the little screw doohickeys that he's pretty sure he saw around here somewhere. He remembered setting them someplace smart so that future him wouldn't lose them. And he remembered thinking, future me will remember to grab these screw dads. Sounds like somebody's angry about their childhood. Where are the screw dads? Screw dads. You got me again. If only. Keep your foot off that blasted camouflage. The fuck is a camouflage? Think perhaps. Ah ha ha ha! Not today, Satan! Behold the screw dads. I dropped the screw dads. Well, I don't love that this is actually touching the motorized camera. But, yeah, let's see what happens. You can kind of tell it's locked in a box. You can definitely see that guy, but look at this. We're getting dangerously close to everything working the way it's supposed to. That would be great. Oh, look at this. Hold on. Oh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be great. Okay, I'm going to see if this prompter software will let me put the chat on there. That will be incredible. Content, display. Yes. Oh, wow. Oh, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. MRFer. Everybody MRF in the house. No, everybody don't do that. I'm not sure why I said that. Somebody call a therapist. Okay. Oh, yes. So now, allow me to make this. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right. Okay. Oh, wait, you can see the reflection in there. Dang it. Okay, so what I need is... we need... yeah. Okay. So how do we get... I guess we get rid of that with just more light on my side, right? Okay. Hey, Kenny, how are you? So we want to get rid of that. Let's try cranking up the light. We need more lumens! Bring me the lumens! Color temperature, ahoy! No, I've done it wrong yet again. Yes, the cops are back. Okay, so that's... So these two guys are linked. Oh, look at that. Do you guys see yourselves now? What do we... I guess I can't see what this looks like. Well, you know what I can? If I... I just found another use for the prompter. Oh, oh yeah, get ready. How do I summon my own program? There's these moments that, you know, you forget that you're actually broadcasting. Let's do a refresh of this. And then now, oh, I can actually see how it looks. This is not bad. Although at this point I do need a little bit of a something over here. But this is sort of like a, hello, guys. Actually, I really just want to look at myself, but... what? I was going to say nihilist for some reason. Okay, here we go. I guess what I'll do is I'll talk to camera. We'll do rapid fire questions, then I'll glance over and I'll look at how it looks and judge myself harshly. So, yeah, you guys tell me whether or not you see yourselves in the prompter. Like, imagine you're trying to see everything you can, and just hit me with some questions. Yeah, it is coming together nicely. I'm really amazed. Question, right now I'm using in-studio, what do you call them? In studio, they're called speakers, Brian. I'm using in-studio monitors instead of in-ear, but I don't have a sense of whether or not these are being picked up by the microphone. So you guys should let me know how the quality of the sound. That's another thing we're gonna have to learn, is how to get that deep, rich, compressed radio DJ sounding voice. I like to claim I'm a 9. I wear size 9 shoes, Christopher, but that's because if my actual feet seem to be like 8.5s, but if I wear an 8.5, when I was a kid, I used to get ingrown toenails, so I'm like, I'll just wear clown shoes. Let's see. Oh, good. I'm glad the sound is good. And you guys are not hearing that because this sounds great. I like the feedback of it sounding as though I'm on stage. Oh, I guess I will. In order to judge this part, I gotta move this over. Let me make it full screen on this. Wow, this is extraordinary. So I'm able to see program just on myself. Let's see what it looks like if I give the background a little bit of a pop. Okay. That's probably still too much from that side. And I need to get them 2 different colors. Oh. Yeah, these lights are so much that okay, yeah, I gotta figure out how to separate these two. I gotta get them on the app because this guy's right, but this guy over here is way too much. And I want it a different color temperature. So, having unlocked this part, let's go back to the ancient tome. The wizard's tome says, I don't know what infinity mode means. Long press the mode / thermometer button. Short press to exit. It literally never explains what infinity mode is for. For detailed instructions, scan the QR code on the app leaflet. Fine. The operation prompt card initiates. Nota bene. La nuova applicazione. Please note. App guide and official website. Oh, thank goodness, the official website. Oh, wait, hold on. I've just received this dispatch. Hold on. This is amazing. Thank you, Meryl. Meryl. Already gifted. Already gifted. Okay. Hell yeah, I want English. Hell yeah, I want... I don't know. Yeah, I want the light control, question mark. Oh my god. Look at this garbaggio. Here's what I got. This QR code takes me to this QR code. Super helpful, guys. Thanks. It's just instructions for the app. Well, this has been illuminating. Oh, yeah. I can't believe can't believe that prompter does the thing that prompters are supposed to do. I don't know why I wouldn't believe that. Please turn on Bluetooth to discover and connect with nearby devices. You better believe it, my guy. So I'm gonna guess these two guys. Hey, I'm setting up two Neewer MS150Cs, but they seem to be connected to each other, and I can't connect them to my phone. Number one, how do I make them so they're not both, like the controls on one are affecting the other? Do you know how to knock that off?
It sounds like your Neewer MS150Cs might be paired or synced in a master-slave configuration. To separate them, you can try the following steps. Reset each light. Turn off the lights, then turn them back on while holding the power button. This can reset the pairing. Check the channels. Ensure that both lights are set to different channels. If they're on the same channel, they'll respond together. 3. Connect it to your phone individually. Unpair any previous connection, and then pair each light separately. This should allow you to control them independently. These steps don't work, let me know. Confidence 9.
Yeah, how do I change?
Change the channel on your Neewer MS150C. Follow these steps. 1. Access the channel setting. On the back of the light, there should be a menu button. Navigate to the channel option. Use the dial or buttons to find the channel setting. Change to a different channel. Change to a different channel by turning the dial or pressing the adjustment. Confirm the change. Once you've set a new channel, press the menu or confirm button to save. This should allow each light to operate independently. If you have any trouble, let me know. Confidence 9.
Behold! Yo, we got this. Watch this. Okay. All right, so now it's a group. Okay, so that's 98A189. So if I click on that guy, I can make him bright. Hey. And now, I can make this guy. RGB, just throw a little now we got something. It's a little bit over the top, but I can also scoot this guy. Let me figure out how far back I want to zoom this character. How far we can go before... Oh, that's... Oh, okay. This is zoomed all the way out, but you can't see... Ah, well, I like that. I like that quite a bit. So, what I could do... What do we think of that? Oh yeah. Hey, Josh Van Allen, good to see you, man. How do we like this shot? I do look like I'm about to explain to you the fabulous tutorials on how to set up a YouTube studio. I guess I just freaking lived it just now. That's interesting. Cool. Are there any artifacts? Are we to the point yet where you could theoretically think, not know whether or not this is a $300 OBS bot cam or a DSLR? Fantastic. Hey, Joshua. Hey, Jaden. Looks professional. Haha, good enough. The modern rogue way. The fill light. You're talking about, that's the big one? Oh, so it's not being caught in the reflection on here. That's a good point. Yeah, I can. Yeah, one tell is the blue LEDs in the back kind of blow out, but I think they did the same on the DSLR. Wow. So even on the big screen, I'll tell you what, Joshua, if you don't mind snapping, in fact, everybody, you know what, actually, this would be really helpful. However you guys are watching this right now, if you're on a mobile device, just take a screenshot, or if you are watching on a screen of any variety, just take a photo of it and email them to me at brian@schwood.com. That would be fascinating to know how this looks at this moment. The blue light looks a little bit janky, which I can adjust that. Okay. I can adjust that at a future time. Yeah, the blue light is a bit jank. And then we have the pedal. So we have all of this stuff. And then let me see what happens if I just tell everyone to go nutty. Hello. Fix focus. Yeah, so again, we get that kind of blowed out. Oh, wait, but that is awfully bright red. Aha. I love using the teleprompter with the chat in it. I think that's going to be huge. A polarizing filter. I don't think I could put a polarizing filter on a webcam. Yeah, okay, so you guys are seeing the prompter on there? How are you guys seeing that? I don't see it. I mean, you definitely could see it in the reflection over here. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, this is the front of the prompter. So we can punch in just a scooch. All right. You can't see it on the camera side, or here, let me give you this big screen. So what I suspect we need to do is get more on whatever this big main camera is. Bring the red down to a less angry level. Even less. Wow, I can't believe that red is still showing up. Boy, a little goes a long way. Like, this is down to just 20% on red. This is full blast. 10% on red. %3 on red. How wild. This guy's at bright is 100%. That's very surprising. How do we like that? Could whoops. That's a lot of doodads. Now I got a lot of setting up. Kind of like that. That ain't bad. Whoever that dude is, that guy seems to think he knows what's going on. And blow that out. Turn down that compensation. I don't mind peeking at the program. Brian, Brian at Shwood. That's SHWOOD.com. Yeah, look at that. You even get a little bit of you get a little bit of that shallow depth of field. Not as much as I'd like. That's for that stuff, you just need to have a good lens. But, I mean, if you're doing something serious, at least this looks like you're doing things on purpose. Oh, I just realized what I have to do. This chat. C. Miller, what is it says you say bokeh is a nice look. I don't know what that that's fancier talk than I'm familiar with. John Brandis, you missed me. Oh, hold on. Yeah. Oh, hello. Oh, hello, John Brandis. I see you've arrived just in time for a serious lighting extravaganza. That's right. Oh, Boca Raton. I thought that was a lighting competition or combination. I'm sorry, Jason. Okay. Well, that's not bad. Kind of almost looks like I know what I'm doing. Oh, you were joking. Oh, doggone it. Bokeh? Bokeh. Tell me about bokeh. B-O-K-E-H. This will make absolutely no sense if somebody is just watching the video by itself. This background music, I'm about to find out whether or not it's going to get demonetized. It's I asked Chatty G what the safest music is to play to not get dinged on monetization, and it came up with, hold on, Stream Beats by Harris Heller, which across the board, Pinky promises that they're DMCA compliant. We'll see. By the way, Josh Van Allen, on that spot, there's, I should send a picture of it. There's the splatter going out on the concrete, and there's a little piece of tape like it's from an art museum, and it says, I'm a bartender. I know what I'm doing. It's amazing. Not bad. This is about as much of an upgrade as I could hope for. Again, I don't know how I feel about that equipment just being in the shot. But it, by all appearances, or maybe, what if I try setting this over here? Yeah, don't mind if I do. Oh. Hey. Oh, I see what you guys are talking about. Now I can see the prompter. Well, I'll bet there's a... I will place a wager that there's a brightness setting on this. Oh, is the top right a still frame? It shouldn't be a still frame. That would mean that one of the bots is not correct. There's this guy, and that dude followed me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Which of the bots is misbehaving? Hey, there we are. Good catch. Yeah, it got away from me too. Holy moly. You guys want to go on a tour of how stuff's looking? I like this. Whoops. Alright. Got an avalanche of garbage. Okay. Yeah, that light makes just an incredible difference. I gotta admit, I'm a little bit kind of just amazed. And now I lock in that shot, and then now I just hit this. Yeah, I mean, we make the background a little bit more interesting, and that's a shot. And then I know we have a couple of other lights as well, but I think I'm in love. I think I want to marry these lights. Who's gonna tell Bonnie? Oh man, Joshua Van Allen says controlling the cameras from the Stream Deck is awesome. I'm really pleased. As a matter of fact, let me bring one of the bots over and I'll start showing you some of the presets. Okay. So, you know what? I'm going to knock out one of the things. Yeah, that's exactly what I was afraid of. Okay, so bot one just shat the bed when I moved it. Webcams, USB devices really don't like it when they get even partially disconnected. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and lock in. I'm going to lock down the cable on there so that it's a little bit less wiggly when I move it around. Okay, so that's not super attractive. I don't love that, but I'll deal with it. So you can see, unless you guys have a better idea, but basically I just have it set up so that this back part always is secured like that, and I just did the loopy thing. I don't know how long it'll always be like that, but I just don't want it. The way these things go to shit is when they get jiggled, or the cables get jiggled a lot, which I don't want. So let's pull this guy back. Let's get back our flawed protagonist. Excellent. And let's use this guy, a meta move, to this is bot one. Now, there we go. Okay. Huh. Okay, I didn't see that coming. So, all right. So let's talk about how this guy's set up right now. I need / would like to Where is this guy? Oh, that's right. It was following me. Ah, old prompter. Classic prompter move. Am I right? Okay. So here's the way I have it set up right now. I am flexible on any of this if anybody has any suggestions. First of all, we'll take this here. We're going to take this shot. So this lower right-hand corner is the go home button. So when we're home, this is power versus sleep for each of the OBS bots, the 4 bots there. And each of these, when I click them, is going to take one of the other cameras. So this is the 4 bots of the apocalypse. And down here, I have each of these set to just be a zoom. So this one is, well, it's all the way zoomed in, but here's zooming it out. Here's zooming it back in. This guy right here, you can see even in the thumbnail, because it's using the web interface from vMix to create the thumbnail icon on there. Same thing on this. A little zoom in, a little zoom out. And then if I want to affect any of these, I could just click on any of them and suddenly these are all mapped here, up, down, left, right, that kind of thing. Oop. And this is turn on head and shoulders. This is close up. This is turn on and off the autofocus. So without the autofocus, I can do this, but I want to change this. This one's now redundant. This is real estate. I can set to whatever we like because I also set this to be the knob press on here. So that's autofocus on, autofocus off. So while autofocus is on, let's say I wanted to intentionally make it blurry, I could just manually focus it out and then just turn autofocus back on. This compensation, I assume, is just like a light compensation thing. God, look at, oh, I was about to say, look how filthy my shirt is, which it is because I was moving that shit. But what I took for dirt was, in fact, that light over my shoulder. And so anyway, this guy, if you go left and right, you can cycle through all of the different cameras. And at any moment, well, actually, oh, that's interesting. I didn't even realize that. So if I go here, it did this camera, took it over. Then we'll go to this one. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. So this guy, if I just tap it, the controls flip back to kind of home base, which you guys just saw. But yeah, let's do this one. Oh, there we go. Again, this is cite the person who set all these up, aka me, as the dipshit. So in this case, you can, the lower right hand corner I made so you could cycle through all 4 cameras. But now I'm realizing that when it gets to this last one, it becomes stuck. Yeah, it becomes zoom on that camera, which I don't want. Or maybe I do. Oh, yeah, I'll figure that out. What else you guys want to see? Meanwhile, we got this other Stream Deck over here. Let's do, take us to this, zoom this guy back out. So we could set this guy up with soundboard stuff, and this is, you know, you can do different program takes. Ah, including that one. Isn't that nice? Ah, damn. That's a fine shot. rather enjoyed seeing the Jeep out there. That was fun. Not bad. And take this guy back. Okay, so where... Oh, we're seeing the bottom of that there. So we gotta do a little zoom in. Or you just gotta... This guy up. Yeah, so it doesn't... I don't know that it would quite get mistaken for the highest quality camera, but the goal would be to be able to... vMix is able to record... Oh, sorry. This is a silly shot. Let's finally do a serious shot. Am I right, guys? There we go. The goal will be to, because vMix can record straight to hard drive, everything I've been thinking of is get the production pipeline as short as possible. So that's going to be a lot. We're going to spend a lot of time going through and debugging every conceivable set of shots so that I can, if it's a serious storytelling segment, press the button, walk to the place, do the serious story thing, and then when I record, everything will be recorded straight to the hard drive, go straight on the disk station. Then I walk over and all my inputs, I don't have to deal with cards or, offloading this and synchronizing that or whatever. It's like the shoot, everything is all in one folder, take the folder, pull it over, start editing right then and there. Cut everything down. I'm learning, this will be another thing we talk about is you'll get to watch me learn how to use multicam editing in Premiere, which is a game changer. Crazy, crazy fast. Jacob Christopher, how fast do you think you could have gotten to this point if you had that TDC's thing on? I don't know what the TDC thing is. A couple of IR cams. Tell me about IR cams. That sounds interesting. I gotta tell you though, everybody on YouTube screaming about what a difference blah blah and blah makes. They weren't wrong. All of this stuff seems to have made a pretty big difference. Like, this looks pretty legit. There's only one of these shots that doesn't look legit. Let's figure out what we want to do on this one. I guess just oh, I just defocused it is all I did. Behold the neighbors. They run. That's cool. C. Miller, yes, we have NDI set up on one of the shots, but or on some of the old mixes. So part of what you're seeing is I finally know enough to start doing things on my own, and I know that NDIs are things, but now I have to learn how to do those next. Yeah, we've got I guess we could set up, we got all the Ring cameras all over the property. Here, you guys want to hear some dangerous thoughts? Once we do everything for here, we can do it again over in the soundstage where we could do stage shows. And then we could do it for the campus itself with all those, pumping all the rings on there. Yeah, C. Miller, we'll definitely be doing that. The goal is, so you guys know, I'm a little bit obsessed with reducing asymmetries. Television is highly asymmetrical, unfairly asymmetrical. It's asymmetrical for talent to get on television. I like the fact that the internet democratized all that stuff. I'm finally willing to admit that YouTube has pretty much cracked the code. It's telepathic and it serves the interest of both the creator and matching them up with the consumer. And after having 3 platforms, 4 platforms shit the bed on me, I'm willing to accept that YouTube isn't going to change the rules anytime soon. Or if they do, hopefully we'll be well diversified so that we can find each other on some other platform. But the other asymmetry is geography, right? I get to be inside your homes or in your phones and in front of your face, but for too many of you guys, the closest that you guys will get to physically being here is, first of all, that's part of the reason we did the Founders Club, and we had the Founders Club plaque so that your name would be here. That's why we did the chalk rubbings so that we mailed to everybody. That was a big part of wanting to virtualize your presence here. But another part of that is what we're doing here, which is increasingly making this a real space in your mind, because I want it to feel magical when people get to be here. I don't want to lose the thread on this. There was another way to virtualize your presence, and it's gone. It'll be back. Anyway, well, good. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah. So if we do this right, it'll be more. This will begin to feel like you long timers will know exactly what I'm talking about. But in the very, very early days, before YouTube had structures to make it possible to feel like you're in a physical space as a clubhouse, there's a tech network called Twit that Justin and I got to be there to watch everything. And I jokingly talked about the importance of owning the spot so that you could, if people invest in your story, they can physically feel like they're there. They want to feel anchored. And as many of you guys know, I take commitments very, very seriously. Found the thread. And in this case, this Founders Club plaque, when we built this place, when we took all of my life savings to buy this place, we were able to make it most of the way, 90% of the way towards fixing everything up. But then we ran out of money, and I was about to, take out a giant loan, but instead I turned to the fans, and that's where 999 beautiful, beautiful founders pitched in to make possible that last 10% of phase 1 construction. And now we are nearing the end of phase 2. Not only are we functional, Spectrum Internet notwithstanding, that's a whole different thing that we'll talk about. But now we are in, phase 3, which is go bonkers. When this studio is finished up, it'll be so fast that the production pipeline will be so short. What I hope for is to eliminate at all stages, eliminate all friction between my mind and your mind. I want things to go from Brian Crazy Idea Factory to oh, that's a fun, crazy idea. I'm glad that I participated in. And so part of that means, Brian, we're now at the phase where basically I just have to learn an awful lot about the specifics of production. And so for those of you guys who are beasts, who are legends, warrior gods, who sat through all of today, number one, buckle up, because you're made of the right stuff to keep on being here for it. Number two, thank you, because you got to peek in on a couple aspects of the way I think of things, in terms of there's no substitution for just training your neurons who fire together, wire together, and the only way to do it is to do it. And today, I guess we're 2 days into this experience. Yesterday, I just tested out the bots, and today, hopefully, it looks considerably different, and I just want everything to get more and more polished, and I don't mind sharing as much of the adventure as you guys are interested in watching. And Yeah. Man, I'm a little bit wiped. What time is it? Yeah, 6:30. Yeah, the soundstage is where we did all. Yeah, yes, it will still be used for shoots. This is. I mentioned this earlier. Unsafe DB level. You know, most people encountered me in my 30s when I was starting with Scam School, and Scam School, I was very much playing the scoundrel archetype. You know, all the explodey things and the dangerous bits and the injury counter. Let's call all of that warrior. And look, everybody's telling on themselves all of the time. Yes, I'm 49 and in 2 weeks I turned 50, and I've thought a lot about this past year, about what the next 10 years look like. For everything up until April 9th was all about me keeping my promise on this plaque. 999 people chipped in money, and I made the vague promise of something amazing happening with the eclipse and doing the picnic, and by God, we landed that plane. If any of you were there, it was the closest thing to real magic I've ever experienced in my entire life. The sun got eaten by the moon right as the last notes of Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon happened, and it was incredible. And so that was a 5-year promise that I made. You can go back and watch that video because look, it's not lost on me. The only way you get to call your business Scam Stuff is by being impeccably honest. The only way you get to call your business or your show Scam School is if you're on the viewer's side, not on the side of the scoundrels. And so pressing the button on accepting any amount of money for the founders meant that, by God, I was going to keep my fucking commitment. If you want to get all the way in the weeds, you know, losing a brother to addiction and recognizing how much it stings to see a broken promise really shapes a person, especially as we enter the gentleman decade, where we're going to continue to tell extraordinary stories. And basically, workshop things will happen in the soundstage. Anything big and smoky and chemical, all of that stuff out there. But anything cozy and intimate can happen in here. Which is part of why, you know, I want to make sure that we keep the stage set around. Here, let me pivot this. All of this is going to become second nature to me, I'm realizing. But for right now... Oh no! Oh, I aimed the camera out the door. It turns out I will have to physically get up and walk over there. Hold on. You got it, Bot 2. Come on, Twosies. Boy, look at that. Can you believe that this is the same space? Look at the difference. That's crazy. That is a bonkers difference. Yeah, Jacob Christopher, that'll be anything that requires, you know, look, I know this is a very spoiled thing to say. The soundstage is all the way over there. If I'm learning to play guitar, let's just make it in here where everything can sound great. If I'm doing an interview with Richard Garriott, oh, by the way, this is something that I'm trying on for size. I'd like to, this is part of why YouTube won the game. And I already mentioned before, with all of its A/B testing, it's pretty much telepathic. If you're interested or you're about to be interested in it, YouTube has already figured it out. The other thing that's great about it, and this is advice I give to people who are just starting, they're all like, oh my gosh, how'd you get 1 million subscribers? And I'm like, twice. They're like, how do you do that? I'm like, here's a spoiler alert. If it's important, YouTube has a tab of it. So, for example, why do you suppose there's a tab that says live? Because they'd like you to go live. They'd like you to they'd like you to not be on Twitch. They'd like you to be here. And of course, look, this is all shit I figured out 1.5 years, 2 years ago, but I didn't have the knowledge to even get to today. Today is almost a year-long journey to get to this. And I'm chef's kiss. By the way, as I am also getting to see confirmation of a theory. This morning at 5 a.m., we were doing 10,000 views per hour. And the only thing I posted today was one short. And then I've been live since whatever time it was. And we are now at 20,000 views per hour. That, I suspect, is not a coincidence. And it is exactly what I intend to give myself over to. This is a very weird thing to say. Hello, my name is Brian Brushwood. I am a 20-year veteran of YouTube, and only now am I deciding to be a YouTuber. Not running things with the intention of being a television production company. We're not, I am no longer in the keeping things quiet business. I am in the radical honesty with the world business. Yes. BB Live Shorts is where we're going. At any rate, so you'll notice that early on, I invested heavily in shorts. Shorts have yielded an incredible return. Videos are where the most polished content needs to go. And there's two different types of content. There's community content, and then there's outward-facing audition content, I guess you could think of it as. But the live one is, I intend to log my hours, you know? And mainly because it's just, we talked about reducing friction. One of the bits of friction that you deal with is somebody has a question. What do? They phrase it, bless their hearts, maybe poorly in the comments. And then, you know, which to my eyes reads as a out-of-school attack, and then defensive things get said. None of that's helpful. None of that's authentic. And that's how stories get weird. And I would like to get beyond that. And so this is, in a weird way, the efforts that you guys have been seeing over the last 6 months have been me polishing up my CV. There are a few people that I've mentored in this space, and as best I can tell, everybody who actually listens to my advice is crushing it. And I don't want to cite them without their permission, but I'd love this. This happens when you turn 50. You want to mentor people. What's the best way to mentor people? To get people to want to hear what you have to say. What's the best way to get people to want to hear what you have to say? Have a resume that stands for itself, that speaks volumes about what you seem to know. What's the best way to do that? Physician, heal thyself. So, everything I'm doing is designed to turn on the content bucket because YouTube doesn't mind. Let me tell you one of the craziest things about YouTube. YouTube seriously wants you to win, so much so that when it's A/B testing tells the algorithm, hey, I don't know what this thing is, but your own audience is not really watching it. So I'm going to do you the favor of not showing this to everyone. I will show it to the hardest of the hardcores because this group over here loves every single thing you do, and it's going to be great. Say thank you, YouTube, because if you read in between the lines of all of this, as I'm fond of saying, if you want to get from England to the New World, you don't worry about when the wind is blowing the wrong direction. You can always tack because there's energy in those winds. You worry when there is no wind. That's the only way. Whether or not, I guarantee you, somebody tuned in over the last few sentences I just spoke and clicked unsubscribe as a result. That's fine. What they're saying is, this is not for me. And that's good, because it also means I'm showing up. But for those of you guys who are in for the ride, it's going to be great. And YouTube wants you to just show up. Do whatever it is you want. Just keep showing up. And, oh man, sorry, I'm getting too philosophical at this point. I'm just amazed. This was like a makeover show. We got a long way to go. John Brandis, Weird Things Podcast never left for a couple months. However, Andrew Main forgot to post them. Whoops. He owned it. We're back on track. Check the feed. I will point out that all the patrons got theirs on time-ish, because I have been good about posting those. Oh man, sometimes I need to put the program on that teleprompter. Let's do that one. Ah, there we go. It's not a bad looking setup. Meryl Barr asks if Great Night is finally moving to YouTube. Some of you guys noticed I've already been kind of creeping up on that. There's a bit of a transition. So shorts have been crushing of late, and they're excellent audition content that are widening the base. So what I've been doing is I upload Great Night to as an unlisted video, but then I also cut out a short from it. And so the only way, it's kind of like the real heads know, to access the Great Night episodes, you see the short and you click on the related video and it takes you to the unlisted video. Some of you guys know that Great Night has gone through a lot of iterations, and I don't want to move too quick before Justin and I have conversations about what that looks like. But certainly the Justin and Brian show, whatever we call it, and whatever it is we're doing, whether we decide to put on a suit and be proper gentlemen, or whether we decide to get sauced and debauchy, yes, expect all of this to be cozying up more with YouTube, because Ding Dong, a fair platform, finally won. And so I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Is everything moving to YouTube, including things on Twitch? No, nothing's happening fast. Fast things happen. I mentioned this in a very important meeting episode. When a tiny stream encounters a few rocks, it turns left and it turns right. We want to be a glacial. We want to be a glacier. When a glacier encounters a mountain, just keeps going. Maybe it pivots a little bit, but we'll see whether or not the mountain's still there when the glacier keeps going. So whatever it is, don't expect anything to be happening fast, and don't expect me to abandon any platforms. God knows enough platforms have abandoned me that I ain't in the business of abandoning platforms. Yeah, John Brandis has the run of it. Everybody has a different preferred way to consume the content. And one of the things that you'll notice, I did a post on this that I put up. By the way, how do you know that YouTube wants you to do it? There's a tab for it. You know, there's a tab for posts. You know what I write a lot of? Emails. You know what I should be doing? Taking all those emails and making them YouTube posts. So I wrote a post about the fact that most people seem to use shorts as basically a way to give a snippet of their video, and then they say, go watch my full video, which is fine. Not everybody has all the time on the planet. Some people do that. However, Christ, has it already been 4 months? September? Starting in late September, I began with the idea, what if I treated shorts as an end unto themselves, not as a means to an end, with the possible exception of the outright hypocrisy of what I just said of putting Great Night shorts as a means to get people to try on the videos. But the results have been extraordinary. By the way, that's something else I look forward to, is sitting down, spending an hour or three, showing you guys what I see with the numbers. The beauty of shorts is your neurons wire faster because you iterate. You get much, much better at titles and thumbnails, because when you launch a short, it's kind of like telling a single joke at a comedy club, and in slow motion, this wave of the joke's punchline the joke goes out, and it goes out like time slows down, YouTube will not immediately publish to everyone. It will roll it out to a select number of people, and you can see which way the line is trending. And maybe, like in the case of today's video, I don't want to do a bunch of stats talk. We'll get there eventually. But when I posted today's video, it's a fine little how-to of how to put a cigarette out on your tongue. And there were really only two choices I had. I could change the title, which is kind of the setup for the payoff, or I could change the thumbnail, and there were two different thumbnails. One was the cigarette going out on my tongue, the big close-up of a tongue. It's not clear whose it is. The other one is me out of time, you know, with the crazy 2008 hairstyle. And it's incredible because you can make a change and then just watch the per minute returns come in. Think of election nights, and you don't expect all of the answer of who won what all at once. You get the information in chunks. But in this case, imagine if you could affect a joke after you said it. Imagine if it hits the first 3 to 4 rows and you realize, oh, I screwed up the setup for that joke. That's why the punchline isn't landing. And then imagine being able to change it 3-4 rows back so that the right best version of the joke goes all the way out, so that the bulk of the people in the back of the auditorium only hear the very best version of the joke that you gave. That's what I've been doing every day for the last 3 months. It's, man, I am so excited to increasingly share all of this with you guys. Let's see. In Daxter pointing out that the spiffing Brit, yeah, I don't want to say I have a weird thing, but some people notice that I try not to consume too much of any content that I perceive is in the same clubhouse that of what I'm going doing. When I became a professional magician, the first thing I did was cancel my subscription to the Magic magazines, because now that I was a working pro, I didn't want to see how everybody else was playing the game, because one of two things was always going to happen. Either A, they were going to be bad, and I would feel bad about my art, and I'd feel bad for trying this thing and angry, or even worse, they would be excellent, and I would not be able to get that out of my head, and I was terrified of becoming a pale imitation of that, which is a long way for me to say. Everything I've seen from the Spiff and Brit has been very, very thoughtful and very, very excellent. I don't want this channel to be about the navel-gazy YouTube-ness or whatever, but what I'm doing right now is close enough to the overall constantly improving, constantly being a beginner, constantly learning everything. This is the current chapter of that story that we're doing. Escape Goat says, shorts push on the algorithm. If I watch shorts, I end up consuming according to what YouTube wants me to see. YouTube has proven to be a bad arbiter of what I should be seeing. Yes, that is also a thing. Long-timers know that I take very, very seriously my information diet. I am terrified of getting bubbled, of getting caught in a bubble and not knowing it. Quick shout out, I'm not getting paid for this. Ground News, the app is extraordinary. The Ground News app is awesome. Even if a story is being covered equally on the left and the right, you know what's good to know? If it's being covered equally on the left and on the right. And it's sort of like, if you're trying to lose weight, the best thing you could do is write down the calories, or just write down the calories of everything you eat. Like, starting now, decide you can eat or drink anything you want. All you have to do is write it down. And just knowing affects the way you do it. And just knowing if you are consuming the bulk of your media from one political area or the other makes you, it nudges you towards a healthier diet. But having said that, the Scapegoat, you have no idea. I knew that I was interested in learning how to do this. My YouTube feed is currently a nothing but but videos on videos breaking down this stuff. Wowsing. Yeah, Wowsing. So keep in mind what the Ground News app does. It's not reporting. It's linking you to other reporters. All it's doing is adding the context of it's watching all of the reporting, and they have their own internal metrics of whether to what degree any one source they measure on two information axes. One is reliability. Is this particular outlet prone to posting stories that later turn out to be not true? Or are they reliably, very rarely, is one of their stories untrue? In which case, are they good about retractions and making that clear? And then the other vector is, politically speaking, is this, how far right or far left does this tend to be? Then when a story hits, as the information comes in, they're watching each of the news outlets, and they immediately... they're like, here's all the news, this is how fresh the story is, here's who's reporting it, and then there's just a little graphic that, again, we talked about neurons that fire together, wire together. Same thing. Thank you very much, Mark Taylor. That's really fantastic. Yeah, the setup is a work in progress, but today we got a lot of work done, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Yeah. In Daxter is talking about copying in the artistic sense. Let's all agree that when we say rip off and copy, we're not actually ripping off and copying. What we're doing is we're synthesizing, we're recognizing what structurally works in another discipline or on another creative channel, and we are internalizing it and using it as a scaffolding to create our own authentic stuff. This is something that Will Storr, who wrote The Status Game, one of the best books I've read in the last half decade. He also wrote a book that I think I like even more called The Science of Storytelling. And he doesn't phrase it this way, but this is the Brian Ives synopsis. He says, all your technical mumbo jumbo, some people say there are only 3 types of stories, some say 7, some say only 21, whatever. We all agree that there's only a finite, smallish number of types of stories you can tell. You know what there's infinite of? Characters. And he says, all stories, whether it's a hero's journey or whatever, they all boil down to one thing. The protagonist, by the way, the reader is the protagonist, not the avatar who's in the book. The real main character is the person reading the book. The protagonist, the avatar, always begins with one question. Who am I? Who am I? And then end of movie. Oh, I'm Neo. Who am I? Oh, I'm Luke Skywalker, a Jedi Knight. That's all they are. The best reductionist version of this that I heard was on I wish I knew who to attribute this to, but it was on a Cracked podcast, I want to say 7 or 8 years ago. But they summed up all Michael Bay movies as their 3 acts. Act 1, ha, I'm awesome. Act 2, wait, maybe I'm not awesome. Act 3, no, I'm awesome. Which has always stuck with me. But at any rate, the point is, story is character over time. Some of you guys know my character more than others at this point, but man, am I excited to have a storytelling engine that'll just up our level of interactions with each other. Neelish was 17 in 2020. Happy 21st, Neelish. Yeah, let me take a look at, let's see, all those emails of everybody sending in their screenshots. You know what I'll do? I have not yet hit the point where... There we go. Yeah. And now... Oh, nope, that's wrong. Give me. Oh, hit the wrong thing. God, I can't even blame the guy who set this up. Oh, I know what that is. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Now, tweak a little zoom in. Yeah, this is always safe, right? Show your phone on a live stream. Yeah, that's good enough. Here. And now we'll... Yeah, Jacob Christopher hit us up with... That's not bad. With what I assume is a screen grab. And let's see. I'll try to be courteous about names on this. Most people did screenshots. But these all look good. Yeah, man. That ended up pretty good. And the award goes to Merrill Bar for the gifting this. Merrill, if you're still there, what did you use to gift that? That's fantastic. Yep. And then let me find. Oh. Hit this foot switch. A boom! A bloody boom. Oh, wow, that's great. That was a fast turnaround. So you just what did you use to capture the footage? If you're not looking at the chat, Meryl said you used CapCut. You know what? Usually, let's do this. Who's the newest in the crowd? Because I see a lot of old friends in the audience. Oh, screen record on iPhone, of course. Yeah, that's brilliant. That's one I keep forgetting is how good the screen recording is on the iPhone. So another thing about having, I'm really surprised. So this teleprompter shot, you do or don't see any of the prompter on there. Yeah, I did mean newest to the stream or just to be in here for a live chat, Kevin. Oh, fantastic. Well, Jacob, it's really good that that you're here. That's awesome, man. Well, that's really good news. Okay, well, I'm gonna call this a good haul, team. And if you guys will have me, we'll continue to do live stuff. There's an awful lot. I was thinking about calling it office hours or something, but everything in the studio, if I'm working on here, at least something interesting is happening. I actually, in my mind, kind of broke everything out into a series of quests. Today was, as you saw, the quest to move the stage flats over, and then we did the unboxing, and so we ended up going a little bit faster than I had expected because we got all the way into setting up the prompter, and I will not leave you guys out. If you guys don't mind me sort of just having the stream on as you guys watch me set up a bunch of presets, then I'm happy to hang out with you guys for all that. But for now, I guess we're going to call that a day. What a if any of you guys have advice on specific color temperatures. Oh, Iron Jungle, how do you turn on Nightbot on YouTube Premium? I'm not familiar with that. Nilesh, my holidays were stellar. Maybe the best Christmas our families had. It was just, everybody was real patient with each other. Yeah, what we got right now is pretty close to what the thumbnail... hold on. Yo. Get ready, y'all. All y'all in the house, get ready, because I'm turning on the lights and it's gonna go now like this. I'm gonna go to the group. Oh, wait. Let's do... No, don't do all the silly things. I mean, actually, it's kind of fun. Okay, so that is preserving its settings. Okay, I'm going to turn these guys off. And then turn these guys on. So that's a little bit, it's a little bit more extreme on the purple side. So let's get more tealy. Let's read them tea leaves. There we go. Somewhere around that. Does that look right? Yeah, you could see, Daxter, that this pure blue over here is wrong. Does that look about right on this? Nick Valentine, we gotta buy me a drink first. I'm just playing that in the background, Chris Bricker. This looks bad? Well, I haven't added the other one. I just want to know the flavor of blue. This is how the actual shot would be. Unless you don't like that type of blue. Okay, Meryl Bar, you missed the play. There, I had one question. How do you like that color of blue? Because there are different types of blues. And by the way, long-time listeners know that Meryl and I work together, and I give them sass. The question is, do we want it more of a darker blue or more of... Okay. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Let me get this. So, you know what's interesting? Everything old is new again. Around the mid-aughts... And Meryl, I bet you remember this, when every single movie poster had to have this color combination in it. And every single one was blue skies and golden hour. And now, the nostalgia eye of Sauron, as Justin puts it, is swinging back. I'll tell you what, anybody who has suggestions, like one of the smartest things I ever did when we bought a house was, rather than try to pick colors ourselves, we just went online and were like, what is a palette of paints or colors that will look good for the next 5 years? And they were like, great, that's good enough. And then we did the house that way. Looked amazing. Fantastic. I want to do the same thing. Like somebody, if there's a great recipe of like best practices for color combos, hit me up, brian@shwood.com. BRIAN at SHWOOD.com. What's everyday carry kit? Yeah, we should. Absolutely, we should. Has been a long time. That's also a good example of the kind of thing that we, in theory, could do. Like any kind of just talking video can be in here with this. Dark Phoenix, Star Wars, Aladdin trilogy for overused Hollywood color combo. Will do. Yep, Iron Jungle. Nailed it. I will give you one tip that I've noticed. This is only a week in. Things that chatbots and AI are not great at. Knowing the truth. It only knows what everybody knows, whatever it was trained on. So facts are not in its strong suit. Another thing it doesn't know is necessarily how to create something new and interesting and original. It, I think, rightly gets dinged for being derivative because, again, it only knows what everybody knows. It does come up with interesting combinations of stuff. The things that it is excellent at. Let's say you have a piece of media. I don't know, a YouTube short or a YouTube video. Let's say you know the content is good, and what you need is an authentic title that will attract people. What everybody knows is what they like to click on. And it has been like the agony of not knowing how to best pick titles has been so much better over the last week, because what I do is, I describe the video, and of course there's one filter. Just me describing it is the filter of like, this is what I want people to take away from it. So the artist is speaking about what he loves about the thing, and along the way I'm mentioning surprises that come along with the journey, and then ChatGPT comes up with like 10 pitches on titles, and then whatever it says, I don't even pay attention. I just immediately respond, rate each of these on a scale of 1 to 10 for clickability. And then it summarizes, and it's like, yeah, I think these 3 are the best. And I'm like, great. And then I go out with one title, and then I watch the launch, and if it's not working, I change tack or whatever. It's just really, it's also good because I don't have patience to track down a bunch of emojis. Eventually there'll be Stream Deck keys for all of that stuff, but lacking that patience, it automatically does all the emoji formatting that everybody seems to love. Yeah, Wozing is bringing up the fact that clickbait, as it's called, is effective. Yeah, what's interesting to me is how different understandings of what is and isn't clickbait is among people. I am of the camp that believes that clickbait it's only clickbait if it doesn't keep its promise. If it doesn't pay off, it's not clickbait. For example, like the classic, the first Modern Rogue episode to really pop was the Making Pruno, prison wine that can kill you. People griped in the comments about how we didn't even drink it at the end of that 12 whole minutes they spent watching us make it. But at which point I remind you, the title of the video was not Drinking Pruno, prison wine that can kill you. Now, having said that, YouTube does have a strong bias towards bombastic language in its titles. That's one of the things that I'm really enjoying about doing the cleanups on the Scam Nation channel, is I'm able to use titles that are less bombastic. I refuse to say any of our titles are clickbait, because they're not. They all delivered. But some of them did lean very heavily into bombast. Yeah, Wazing, that Pruno video reads different now that I've learned a fair bit of the process. Oh my God, look at that. I like this color combo. You know what? This color combo, I'm here for it. I'm into it. Text used in a thumbnail versus text of the title. To be honest, I'm ambivalent about it. As long as it all boils down to, we'll say the words title and thumbnails, but really, I just think of it as an envelope. It's the thing that makes you choose whether or not you want the thing in there. If you get an envelope that people think that there's story. Oh man. Okay. You know what? You almost got me. Guys, I have a unified grand theory. Has anybody in the chat seen the full Brian Brushwood Galaxy Brain story attention sales circle? I think Meryl has. Let me just say, when there's time, this is the reason that I'm doing all of this. There are 3 currencies: story, attention, and sales. We'll get to all this. We'll get to all of this. The neat thing is, I'm applying my own formula to my own work so that you will all believe me. It's great. That's another great story about me. I'm sorry, guys. I guess, I don't know. I'm just a little loopy and thrilled with how good it looks. That lower left shot is the most authentic to how it feels in here. Like, that doesn't look like the same place as this. Yep, not bad. All right. Well, thank you guys. You guys are, you rogues are truly gentlemen, warrior, and scoundrels. Oh, the lower left one should. You know what? That was pointed outside. Let me show you the whole setup. And since I touched another bot, I will secure this cable as well. All right. There we go. That's a flattering color. So here's Yeah. Oh, look at this. I'm glad this worked. Here. I don't have the screen sharing on there. But there we go. You can see the real-time views. We started streaming around there. I posted the short. There's a little bit of a hiccup. And then you could see that we 2x'd all of our lives. Oh, that's another thing. Here, this is kind of fun. You can actually see... yeah. This is the shorts traffic here. Most people look at the 48 hours because they want to feel good. But to me, I'm all about sorting by the last 60 minutes. And if you look at this 48 hours here, let me see if I can. Sure. This is the jankiest way to do that. Whatever. You can actually see that the cigarette out on tongue episode, where is it? Let's see. Yeah, here we go. So this one, it's done 16,000 today, which is good, solid. But this bump right here, that's not the real prize. The real prize is not how well this one video did. The real prize is, look at this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 videos all getting a bump at the same time. So once you give up and just admit that YouTube really wants what's best for both parties, then you think, when you anthropomorphize it, you think of it in terms of, okay, even if a video is very, very good and does well, it's going to hold it back. Why? Because why would it burn that excellent video unless it knows you got something else that's also good? It knows what your best, it knows how good your video is. It is 99.99% certain how good your video is within the first 20 minutes of posting. It has statistically significant data on how watchable it is at that point. And so when it holds something back, it could be because it's not very good or it's a mismatch, or it could be because it is busy blasting something else. Even like, let's say you have a really good video. It's like, okay, real quick, we got to onboard some people with this all-star one and then get them in. Great. Now funnel them to the good stuff. Oh, Chris. Okay. Here's a bit of a story about that award. Hold on. We're that over my shoulder is an Emmy, but not for my show. That Emmy belongs to John Stossel, of former ABC news anchor. There's a whole story behind it. But don't worry about that story for now. At any rate, welcome to Stats Talk with Brian. You guys any other questions? Because otherwise I think I'm going to wrap it up and call today a roaring success. Oh, reminder. Come hang out. Be in the mob as I go through and remaster all of the previous episodes. Man, it's been a minute since I've heard from Jason, so I'll let you know as soon as I hear. Chicken or the egg? Obviously, the egg. It becomes a chicken. Yeah, I guess it's a dinosaur that got as close to a chicken as it can get, and then the dinosaur gave birth to an egg that was a chicken. Yeah, dude. Discord, Chris, some of the talk that I mentioned earlier in the day was not only am I finally believing in YouTube, I'm also believing in Discord. Discord's not going anywhere. I've been super remiss because remember we talked about how seriously I take my information diet. I'm also trying to be judicious in my attention diet. So I try to minimize the ability for things to just grab me. Having said all that, Discord also appears to be a fair shake. And it's where a little thing called patrons are. So guess where my new favorite hangout is? That's right. The Monorogue Discord is going to be my favorite place to be, which I can now do because of all the work that we did today. And then alongside of that, equally, is, of course, the Diamond Club Discord. I don't know how to share those, but those would be the two places where I'm at. Man, Kevin, the eclipse took a lot out of me. Oh, manual, John Brandis. Manual. And it is a dream. I finally have a proper, good... oh, I just realized I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah. This. Up. Yeah, so my previous Jeep, the 2012 Jeep Wrangler Sport manual, finally, between the airbag recall, the registration that was 4 years out of date, the balding tires, the leaking everything, and the failure to start regularly, it all led to me being put on notice that I was not to transport anything valuable in it. And then it was like, I guess we're going to have to bite the bullet on that. And then I was like, I just don't want to find, I don't want to have to decide a car. You know what I really wish? I wish this exact car was just newer and better in every way. And then Bonnie like, beep, bop, boop. She goes, San Antonio. And I'm like, what? And sure enough, it's a 2022 Jeep Wrangler Sport with a manual transmission. And oh man, have I never experienced a manual transmission where everything was right. And it just feels, it's almost like this synesthesia effect where it just feels so good to drive. Look at this, I'm doing unconsciously finger moves and stuff. Yeah, dude, that's another thing I'm looking forward to is with this setup, I'll be able to create tutorials for magic stuff so I can show a trick in public and for a nominal amount of money, we've got to figure out what that would be, turn around, like a 40-minute tutorial. But picture these cameras, these four, or I guess three of the bots. These can actually follow your hands around. So we can have one on my hands, another on the half body shot, another one from a different angle. And I could cut together magic tutorials of a high enough quality that I would get in trouble with magicians if I just gave them away for free. But instead, we can make them like a bullshit price. And we can hang out for an hour as you guys get to see all that stuff. Best brisket tacos in Austin. That award goes to Rudy's Barbecue, most underrated barbecue in Austin, because it's not attractive. So if you're an out-of-towner, you probably don't want to go to a gas station that has tacos or barbecue, but it's the best, and the service is top-notch. Okay, I'm clearly fading. Guys, this has been a blast. Delicate. A beginning is a very delicate time. Know then that it is the year 10,191. The known universe is ruled by the Padishah Emperor, Shaddam IV, my father. Yeah, dude, we talked about the honey controversy in Great Night. But now we're starting to do loops and laps. But, all right, let's all clap and cheer on the way out. Huzzah! This was a lot of fun, guys. We'll see ya. Bye.